So, fresh having learned that I completely made a mistake with the audio yesterday, turns out I was real low because I don't know how, when, or why it happened, but over time, the volume slider on my Go XLR kept steadily going down. It was down at like 60 when I normally have it at 80, if that tells you anything. So if you had to crank up the volume a lot yesterday, I apologize. Did not realize that that was happening. Had I known, I would have fixed it. But I got so used to it being fine that I didn't check it. The not checking's on me. That aspect of it is entirely my fault. But this Go XLR really can be a bit of a menace at times on its own. Now, as to things with Hollow Knight, I did not do anything since last time. I did not grind or prepare at all. Why did it go down by one before I selected continue? Weird. But, may as well go through what we've done last time for those who weren't here. In the grand scheme of things, we kind of didn't do a lot. I'm trying to remember how to map. And now we'll use the big map to explain what's happened. This map. So we started off up here in Dirtmouth, as you do. We ran around in the Forgotten Crossroads for a bit. We cleared out, I think, every encounter in there at this point, aside from the things we couldn't reach. Went through Green Path, took down Hornet without much of an issue. Did not fully clear Green Path yet. We got some legwork left to do there. We did get through a good chunk of the Fungal Waste. As you can see, there's only a couple openings left to collect in there. We were down in Mantis Village for a little bit, which is where we picked up the Mantis Claw. Which I will show you guys the stuff we have for anybody that knows. We have the Mothwing Cloak, the Mantis Claw, Map and Quill, of course, the City Crest, one Hollow Nest Seal, Vengeful Spirit, the Old Nail, almost a full mask. So yeah, we're not that deep in yet. Currently using the Wayward Compass, the Soul Catcher, and the Long Nail. We do have the Stalwart Shell, the Dash Master, Balder Shell, and the Thorns of Agony waiting in the wings if I decide to use them. So that should bring everybody up to pace as to what we've got and what's going on at the moment. I do believe I need to still be down in Mantis Village at the moment. Maybe not, because it doesn't really look like there's any room for us to do anything else aside from going down. And we can't really go down right now. We don't have any ability that allows us to dig downward or like slam the ground or anything currently. So my next best guess would be to go up there into that upper right section of the Forgotten Crossroads and see if wall jumping allows us to get into there. I would presume yes. Other than that, I'm not seeing any other, like, super likely candidates. There is a spot above me here in Queen's Station as well we can take a look at before we run off. As per the previous session, we are not allowing any spoilers or anything like that, even though, as I've mentioned, I have seen the majority of this game played. Oh yeah, there's Fog Canyon right here. Which we still don't have a map of Fog Canyon. This is how we got down into Queen's Station to begin with, though. So I do think we've done a decent amount of this. Yeah, because this is where the bank is. That's why that's not marked, though, is because we never got the Fog Canyon map. Now, it's entirely possible that I'm supposed to be in Fog Canyon right now. I do acknowledge that possibility. But I'm gonna go check that spot that I was talking about first. Because that feels right. I could easily be wrong. But I'm gonna just try that first, at the very least. Worst case, we're wrong and I end up learning about something else as a result of it, is we're pretty freeform in this game. It doesn't, you know, as long as you're not actively blocked from going somewhere, you can kind of go wherever. Much like most Metroidvanias. So we may as well at least take a look. Like, it's not like I'm going to be worrying about optimal pathing, considering I have no fucking clue what I'm doing. We're just gonna go where the road takes me. Oh yeah, that's the dark room. We never did buy the lantern, and that was one thing I had intended on grinding for, was to get the lantern. But I didn't end up grinding because most of the time I spent grinding was for Final Fantasy, because that was a bigger problem to grind for. Oh yeah, this is the mine, so we might not be able to do anything with that information here either. Yeah, because we had been here, but this was off the map. That keeps fucking with me. The times you go off map in this game, because of the fact you have to acquire the map for areas, it shows it as if you hadn't been there. And short of marking it with the specific markers, you would have no way of knowing whether you had or hadn't. Well, that and remembering. Now, that's obviously only really a problem for people like me that are playing this game once a week. That's not really a constant issue for somebody who would be playing the game in full front to back in normal gameplay. So I can't really blame the game for that. This does, however, mean that my thought over there, completely wrong. Completely incorrect line of thought there. And I have to assume that this isn't designed for you to be expected to grind to get the lantern to go into the dark area. So that leaves us either A, finding more things in Fog Canyon, going further into the Mantis village, despite what it looks like on the map, or like using the Mantis Claws to go somewhere else in Green Path or something. I'm just walking along killing for the moment while I let my thought process churn a little bit here, so we can get some more money. Oh yeah, we can go fetch that guy while we're here. We've been able to get to him ever since we got dashing. I just never came back here specifically, so. Because remember, I'm not 100%ing this. I'm just grabbing what's in front of me for the most part, and he happened to be in front of me now, so good for him. So yeah, let's look over the map again. I should be able to get into the thing in the upper right there now, because the main problem we had for getting up there was we just couldn't get high enough. We did get into a area where that map cuts off, but there was a part right after that that was too high up for us. So in theory, that might be doable. The thing right in the center of the screen there right now. Might be worth grabbing a marker just so I can show you guys places that I'm talking about. So there's a visual aid. We can't cross that yet because we don't have enough distance with our jumping and dashing. There may be things down here we can do. I'm just going to try to do my best to center the screen on what I'm talking about for the time being. And hopefully it'll make sense from there. There is that path to the left in the vertical shaft, but that might have just went back to Fog Canyon. One of these two paths here also is how we got to Fog Canyon. It might even be both of them. And that's how we got to Queen's Station in the first place, as mentioned before. There is that vertical bit coming up past Mantis Village. But I believe we checked that before we stopped because we were on our way back from there to get to Queen's Station to save anyway. I'm pretty sure I poked my head in there. Now, this could all be just me having timed things out poorly on when I stopped last time, and there's actually something in this vicinity that I forgot about. We're gonna check over all these other options first. Is worst case, we're covering some backtracking options, and then we'll go back down here afterward. I think that's as good a plan as any. Did turn the desktop audio back on, right? Yes, it did. Okay, very good. That was something I needed to check because, remember, I always turn off the desktop audio when we raid out. So, it's important to make sure. And the volume should be good considering it was good last session. And I didn't change anything since then. Yeah, because there's nowhere else over here to go. And we were blocked by needing like a switch or a key or something for that vertical section to the right of Fungal Waste. So yeah, I think this is our best choice. Whether this amounts to anything or not, that's a good question. And I did consider actually making like a little Hollow Knight PNG for this, but we're not going to be on this long enough for making a specific PNG to matter too much. Because as mentioned before, I have no real intentions of playing Silksong, as things currently stand. And at that point, I would probably want to change the design at that point anyway. So it wouldn't really be worth the extra work for that. It is really nice that you can actually hear them splashing and sizzling. I didn't mention that last time we were here, but it's a nice little detail. It's not a nice thing because they are melting in acid, disposing of the bodies quite nicely. But, you know. I will consistently respect attention to detail. There's almost certainly some extra stuff we can probably do and get now that we have wall jump. I don't know what it is, and I don't need anybody to tell me. But I'm sure it exists. There's a part of me that really thinks I should start marking this with, like, the first playthrough label that a lot of people use and everything. Even though this is technically not my first playthrough. Like, it'll be the first time finishing it. And the logic I'm operating under may sound a little screwball-y, but I feel like having the first playthrough label actually attracts the people that would try to backseat and spoil things rather than keeping them away. Like, I feel like not having it will mean I'm more likely to attract people that will assume I know what I'm doing until they see what I'm doing, is obviously what I'm doing will kind of give away that I don't entirely know what I'm doing. But I'm hoping that it'll act as a somewhat filter. And keep some of that behavior down. Though I will freely admit that there's a part of me that would be more than happy to have those people show up just so I can ban them. And that may sound harsh and mean, but I don't want those people to be here anyway. Is if you cannot control yourself when someone is playing a game and has made it quite clear that they do not desire your help, I don't want you here anyway. Is invariably you are going to become an issue at some point. Okay, wait, no, that's this area. We did do everything here. Or didn't we? Because we did the fight over there against the two, like, shield bug dudes. And then I think this was all dead ends up here. Or otherwise. I fully acknowledge that there is a downside, of course, to the filtration plan I was talking about there, of it helping keep some of the backseaters at bay by not saying it's a first playthrough, because it doesn't inform people. And I do like to inform people, as we know. I would rather provide as much information as possible. But it's a balancing act in that regard. Make absolutely certain there is nothing else down here, because I bothered to walk all this way. Yeah, this is all cleared out. This is where we got the boulder shell. And there's nothing hidden in between. Okay. Oh wait, there's this. I don't know how much this matters, but you know what? I found something. So it at the very least wasn't entirely pointless that I did that. Because there's another grub. Again, not that I'm that fussed about those in particular. Oh, this was above the chest we fell down. That might actually be something then. We're gonna need to go back up there. I hesitated about going to the left because I wasn't certain whether we had looped around or not. I was pretty sure we had went higher, but I had no verification of that. Now that we've seen that, now we have verification of where we were and where we are. So this might actually go somewhere. Yeah, because we got, like, cold wind blowing in and everything, so this must be a new area. Yep, Howling Cliffs. Don't know if this is a place I want to be, but we found a place. And this definitely seems like a place where having wall jump is good, and we couldn't get here without the wall jump. So I don't know if this is necessarily where we're supposed to go next, but it's at the very least an area that's opened up from the last ability we've gained. So it's a likely candidate for somewhere we want to be. Higher beings, these words are for you alone. These blasted plains stretch never-ending. There is no world beyond. Those foolish enough to traverse this void must pay the toll and relinquish the precious mind this kingdom grants. Alright. Sounds like a very fancy way of saying, woe unto you, madness here lies. Wanderer's Journal. What is the Wanderer's Journal? Ah, it's an item like that. Okay. A journal left behind by a long-dead traveler. The words are written in a forgotten dialect and are difficult to understand. Relic from Hollowness past, this item now holds little value except for those who dedicate themselves to the kingdom's history. Okay, so if we've run into a historian, which I presume we will at some point, they will want that. And I presume they will exchange that for goods and or services or currency. Aha! Our friend is here. I should have enough to buy his map as well. Enjoying the bracing air? We're quite close to Hollowness borders and those desolate plains that surround it. In this direction, I'm about as far as I'm willing to go, though it's been a pleasant change from the tight confines of the caverns. I've drawn out a small map for the area. It's a simple one and more for completion, really. Not knowing the full extent of a region can be quite frustrating. Oh wow, it's a cheap map, too. Yes, please. I do wonder if the price of the map is supposed to hint you as to where in the order of operations these maps are supposed to be, but considering I feel like we needed wall jump to get up here, there may have been another way up here and I just went a weird way to get here, but it really seemed like we were confined to where we were when we went into that section before. This does connect back to Dirtmouth, so maybe there's a way around? It's hard to say. Yep, darkness be here. Keep that in mind for the future. Also looked like it... Yeah, that's the spot where it goes off map, too, so that's a different area. Let's at least touch the bench over here, if we can get at it. Just to have touched a bench. Because it'll be easier to get back here from that bench than from the last bench we were at. Let's just, you know, not jump off into Dirtmouth, because I don't think we're going to be able to come back conveniently. Yep, more dead guys with nails. Good door. This looks important. Sure, why not? Take the map. Okay, no, that isn't off map. That was just map we hadn't updated yet. Okay. So that is part of that area, then. Good to know. You look important. Well met. I thought I could sense the aura of a fierce warrior approaching. I'm impressed you found my sanctuary here at the top of the world. No doubt you've endured many trials and overcome many foes in your quest to find me. Now, don't speak a word. I, Nail Master Mato, who was taught the art of the nail by the great nail sage himself, hereby accept you as my pupil. Let us begin the lesson immediately. Learn the master's nail art? Sure. I assume I'm gonna have to fight him to learn it, though. Oh no. Mastered the Cyclone Slash. Hold X to concentrate energy into the nail. Release the button while holding up or down to perform the Cyclone Slash. Your form. Exquisite. Now I know how my own master felt when he passed down his teachings to us. I hope you don't think me too forward when I say that I consider you to be my child. Yes! When I saw you perform my nail art, I felt a bond between us suddenly flash into existence. You honor me beyond my words, my pupil. Thank you. Exactly, Yura. Bow to your sensei. I can only lower my head. I cannot bow more than that. I don't have good enough bone structure for it. Save the fact that that happened. That seems useful. And I don't recall anyone I've seen in a part further than this use that. Yeah, I could definitely see that. Is that they have enough aspects of bug without being so much that anybody with that much of a fear would be bothered by it too much. Like, a lot of them almost feel like they're more like tribal interpretations of bugs, rather than necessarily being purely anthropomorphic bugs. If that makes sense. Yeah, this is the jump off into Dirtmouth that we do not need to do right now. Like, I say this every session, well, because, you know, a whole 2 sessions in, it's an easy thing to say something like that. But I really do respect the art and the effort they put into this game, even if mechanically I did not care for it when I had played it in the past. And I'm still not as blown away by it as many people have been. But that's the thing, is you can respect something immensely and still acknowledge that it wasn't your thing entirely. Here lies Gorb, the great mind. Like, I'm not opposed to the gameplay, it's not the type of Metroidvania that ends up being my favorite. That's the thing. And it's vibing with me a bit better than it did 7 years ago. I'll grant that. But it's still never... I don't think it's ever going to be one of my top choices. But I do think that the past is part of why that'll never happen. One of the 2 times I had tried it before, I also dropped it before Hornet. See, I didn't actually have a problem with controlling it with the keyboard, but I also played it in the era where I was forcing myself to play, like, everything with the keyboard. I had a whole thing going for a while, for some reason, where I insisted on playing everything that I played on my PC with a keyboard. Even though I had a controller sitting right there, I would always try it with the keyboard first. Because to me, it's important that games have both. That they be functional for both. If they're going to be on PC. That is understandable. That is a factor that would change that, so that makes perfect sense. As I miss all the platforms on the way down. The nail knockback is so annoying. That is absolutely understandable. And I will say, I have, like, really long fingers, just in general, and I've noticed that that actually is a factor for my experience using a keyboard. Oh, I can understand that one for sure, because if you put too much pressure on it, you're gonna end up breaking them, or at the very least, it'll be uncomfortable. So I could see that being a problem 100%. It's kind of funny, because there were times where I was bad about not trimming my nails, so I actually ended up with, like, very long fingernails a couple times. So I definitely experienced a minor amount of that over time. Never to the degree of someone who actually, like, has genuinely long nails, of course. But it was enough to give me the hint as to how that would be. God, that... Like, it sounds fun to have, but at the same time, I could see how it would be a nightmare to work with sometimes. Okay, the wind here's strong enough that we can't actually make progress short of dashing forward. Yeah, I could absolutely understand that. Yeah, it's great for aesthetic, but not necessarily practical. But yeah, to the point about having really long fingers impacting keyboard use, I noticed between myself and some friends who have shorter fingers than I do, and, like, their hands are just, like, a little more naturally stubby, and their fingers are thicker, they had a much harder time with keyboards. So it's an interesting thing to think about. How just, like, the natural architecture of one's body can actually very heavily impact how they interact with controls. some aspects of my hands are small. Like, my hands are very thin, but my finger length is really long. So I have no end of problems with glove sizes. It is a nightmare. Like, one part of every glove I've ever owned has been wrong. Either they're short, they're long, or they're, like, super tight to get the right length. It's just a disaster, constantly. It looks like we really can't do much here. Oh, absolutely. For something like that, you want them to be tighter because it's a better seal around your hands, and you have better motor control. You don't want anything sliding around because that'll cause all kinds of issues. I guess let's drop down to Dirtmouth since we're here. Because apparently, other than that dark room, there's really nothing for us to do here. Yeah, I have had to buy women's gloves a few times in order to get better sizing because that's the kind of shaping my hands have. I know exactly what you mean there. Hey, they're warm. And if your hands get cold, you want something that makes sure your hands stay warm. I get it. I say this as someone whose hands are always cold. I know people who genuinely had cold hands even in the summer, so I was just assuming that. But yeah, I could also see how doing it in the summer would, you know, maybe backfire a little bit. Let's see if this amounts to anything. Okay, yeah, we fall into King's Pass, which is where we started. Oh, definitely. Because not only does it protect... Yeah, exactly. It protects you from the steering wheel hot problem. It also sometimes probably gave you better grip. I say sometimes because it really depended on the material of the gloves you're working with. Which will kind of go either way a little bit. I feel like there was something else I was going to talk about, and it is escaping me right now. Oh yeah, control scheme-wise, I never had an issue with this game. That was the thought I wanted to finish there. But it was... like, part of it was just the initial difficulty of this game. Didn't vibe with me right out the gate. Because I felt like it was kind of just unnecessary. But that was also... I'm learning as I go here that it was partially my own fault. Because it was a poor pathing choice on my part that led to that difficulty. Which, that's going to be a lot of what we're dealing with with this game here, is me learning to forgive who I was when I played this before. Which is a hell of a thing to say, but it's true. Because who I was 7 years ago is not who I am now. And it can be weird to think about sometimes.
Bafanada.
Yes, Bafanada. Let's go ahead and grab a marker. Just so, like I said, I can use it as a means of indicating where I'm talking about. Because if anything, it'll hopefully make for a better viewing experience. You don't have any more mask fragments. Yeah, and it's 1,800 for the Lunafly Lantern, which I do not care to try to grind for right now. And I feel like I do want that Rancid Egg for something, but I just don't care to spend the money on it right now. So that begs the question, where do I want to be? And the amount of small space there for Howling Cliffs explains why that map was not very expensive. I could probably blind navigate one of those dark areas. I mean, that may very well be intentional. We can double check the bit down here with the big vertical shaft, make sure I'm not forgetting something about that, and then I guess we'll go back down to Mantis Village and make sure that I didn't just miss something in that idea. That seems like really our only open options here. Now having double checked what I had done before. Yeah, upon thinking about it more, there's very well a mental block I had regarding this game as well. Because of the fact that, like I had said before, there were things going on in my life when I had played this previously that were part of why I did not end up enjoying this as much as I could have. And as I said before, we're not going to get into what those things were. But to a certain degree, it may very well be that not wanting to confront those memories may also be part of why I avoided trying this again for so long. Interesting things to think about. Is it reframes how you approach things like this and how you approach how you felt about things you may have tried over the years. Yeah, no, we are purely just blocked from here because we can't actually open that. I wonder. That kind of worked, actually. Because I can hit the lever, I just can't hit it well enough to make it work. Because I would need to only hit it once, not multiple times, and I can't only hit it once. So yeah, that is still dead to me right now, as I thought. But I needed to make sure. I really am getting the feeling that I'm forgetting something as well. It does look like there might be something further behind the shop we found over here, too. I don't think we can afford anything in the shop, but we might pop our head in anyway on the way. Let me bring up the big map so you can understand what I'm talking about here, because it might not be clear. Oh, no, I can't zoom in anymore. If you look right here, you'll notice that the line ends abruptly up there. That's what I was checking on. But based on the fact that I can't reach that, that's either something I would need to come back for later, or it might just be it's a case of it's too high up for it to be mapped properly at the moment. We could grab a Charm Knot just because I have the money for it while we're here. Oh wait, I don't have enough charms to buy that yet. Never mind. Quick Focus wouldn't be bad to have either, but we don't have the space for it. But never mind, that was a dead end as well. To come back to the aesthetic discussion from before, though, it does hit well to a certain degree. Because the thing is, these are designed like masks, but they're obviously used as their actual heads. Or at the very least, they fully encapsulate the head. So there's layers of nuance that could potentially be involved in that as well. Now, I don't know if that was anything they intended here. It could potentially exist. But I don't know if that was what they intended. And as we go further along, maybe it might become clear whether they did or didn't intend that. But I'm going to refrain from going deep on that line of thought until I see proof there. I'm not one for putting words into the writer's mouths without something at least reasonably significant to go by. But it's, again, interesting food for thought. And apparently this is just gonna be the real thoughtful episode here. So, you know, you're welcome or I'm sorry, depending on how you feel about that. Oh yeah, we can get that now. Parkour. And that's our last mask fragment we needed to get at our health extension. We have 6 hits now instead of 5. I remembered a thing. So no matter what our little world tour did, it did get us that at least. So, no, it got us 2 things. Because it got us Cyclone Slash, and it got us our health extension. So I'm already overjoyed, really, at the end of the day. Yeah, I'm going the right way. Being very watchful of the map since we kind of blew through here in a panic for the most part when we were here before. So I did not retain this place particularly. Though even if I had retained this place, that doesn't mean I would have kept it completely, considering, you know, a week passed. Is reminder to people both watching the VODs later and watching live. Remember, I play this once a week, so if it seems stupid that I'm not remembering things, it's because a week passed and I didn't double check things. So there's a lot of memory blur that can happen over a week. I feel like I came back and checked this already. So maybe not. Yeah, because there's a lever there that I would have hit. Kind of like those spikes that I just hit. Actually be better if I did that. Well, there's also an upward tunnel here, which gives us an energy recharge. Very nice. I keep thinking we can go further with that than we can. There we go, there's a bridge. That gets us a checkpoint, essentially, looks like. So we don't have to do the section we just did. So yeah, this is more than likely where I'm supposed to be going. This is very clearly designed with wall jumping in mind, and the dash we already have. Ah, and this is where the crest goes. Because that's the false knight right there. Large knight statue. There's a socket in its chest. Insert the city crest? Yes. There we go. I presume that opens up the city. where more dead people are. No, the door's shut behind us. That might be a problem. This might actually be like the... Oh, no. I was gonna say this might be a way out instead of a way further. It's just a way for money. Which is fine by me. I like money. Okay, those explode. Noted. Yep, kind of figured we were off the map at this point. Can I? Nope. I'm gonna keep trying that now. Ever since I managed to touch a lever with that, even though it didn't work, I'm gonna keep trying to use Cyclone Slash for things like that. Because it'd be really funny if it worked. New enemy types. I assume former city guards, probably, that have since gone, you know, a little out there. I mean, I suppose we could look. We have the list. Yep, Husk Sentry. Animated remains of a Hollownest Sentry. They're a little concerning, especially since they explode. Yeah. Everything that explodes seems to do 2 or 3. Which just reminds you, explosions are bad. Aha, you cannot approach me if I spin. I like that you can actually hear them just keeping their marching tone going, just going up, 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 up. They're doing their best to continue doing their job even under these circumstances. Controller's vibrating enough that it's actually vibrating my desk a little because of the wire vibrating along. Wait, no. Take me back. Take me back up. I saw that. The great gates have been sealed. None shall enter, none shall leave. Joke's on you. I entered. And I will leave. Oh, hey. Speaking of people entering, clearly Quirrell got in here too. The capital lies before us, my friend. What a somber place it seems, and one that holds the answers to many a mystery. I too have felt the pull of this place, though now I sit before it, I find myself hesitant to descend. Is it fear, I wonder, or something else that holds me back? Good question. The city looks to be built into an enormous cavern, and the rain pours down from cracks in the stone above. There must be a lot of water up there somewhere, I suppose. If the cave roof stayed strong this long, it should hold for us. Before I leave this kingdom, I'd like to see where all that water comes from. What a sight it must be. If you look down from here through the rain, you can just make out those twisted sentries, their husks still stuck in endless patrol. Be cautious around them, my short friend. Their training will not have been forgotten. This city presents some formidable foes. Isn't this a wonderful spot for a rest? I so love the sound of the rain upon glass. Okay, he's done. And of course I tried to break the glass. Why wouldn't I? Hey, up, hey, up. Oh yeah, I can move while cyclone spinning. I keep forgetting that I can do that. Because it really looks like a move where you wouldn't be able to move during it. Money! I could use the elevator, but I'd rather be in control of my own fate more. City of Tears. Now there's a sign this way, so let's follow the sign. Not like we know what the sign says, but you know, it's better than nothing. No, I don't think I have sufficient control to do that. The idea being to, like, cut around that corner and then continue wall jumping. That seems a little beyond me at the moment. Splash, 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 splash. But I assume this place was named the City of Tears because of the constant rain. Ooh, somebody's forging in here. Have you brought me another nail to be honed? Leave it on the ground and return later, if you're still breathing. Oh, I thought you were someone else. After a nailsmith, are you? Well, you found one. I'm not much for talk, but if it's a nail that needs repair, then you've come to the right bug. Your own nail is in quite a sorry state. It's obviously not one of mine. Still, anything can be refined with enough effort and skill, even that broken blade. If you'd like, I can reforge your nail. It'll make the blade far more deadly. Yeah. Make sword better. As you wish. I'll get to work then. A much-needed damage upgrade. There we go. Reforging is complete. I've honed your nail's edge. You'll find it much stronger than it used to be. Head out there and test strength against your foes. Can I have you fix it again? You're still here. Is there something else you want? If you bring me a piece of pale ore, I can forge it into your nail and make it stronger still. Right. Need material for upgrades now. That makes sense. But if we look in our inventory, we have the sharpened nail now. So we are slightly stronger than we were before. I'm sure that will be quite important to us in the long run. Oh yeah, we take the flyers in one hit now, so that is delightful. It only takes 2 hits to kill the walkers. I assume it also made the Cyclone Slash stronger as well. Considering, you know, it is a attack using our nail. Now all that's left is to find our friend with the maps, and we'll be in good standing in here. Aha! Oh, another sign. Missed because I was still working as if I had done Cyclone Slash twice. Sign pointing up. A mechanism with a simple keyhole. So another thing the simple key would be opening for us, and we probably want to use it for that rather than the little room back up at the town. Oh, we got a cutscene. Hello again. Again we meet, little ghost. I'm normally quite perceptive, yet you I underestimated, though I've since guessed the truth. You've seen beyond this kingdom's bounds. Yours is resilience born of 2 voids. It's no surprise that you've managed to reach the heart of this world. In doing, you shall know the sacrifice that keeps it standing. If, knowing that truth, you still attempt to roll in hollowness perpetuation, seek the grave and ash, and the market would grant to one like you. Alright. Memorial to the Hollow Knight. In the black vault far above Through its sacrifice, hollowness lasts eternal. Black Egg Temple added to map. Well then. Information. Well, we killed him without even being able to enter the room. Sword so sharp it cuts through walls. More prizes for me. Oh, guess we're not getting any further here right now. Leaves the question of where the Graven Ash is, then, considering that's the only direction we have at the moment. We may be able to take that higher path in here. Right here. Oh, we got flying sentries. Don't mind me, just using your head. Can't reach that, but I can, however, get there from here. Aha! Goodies! Give me prizes. Another Hollownest seal. Okay. Still not sure what the use for those is, but I'm sure we'll figure it out eventually. Joke's on you. You have a blind spot at your foot. Oh, you're a big boy, huh? Missed. Oh yeah, I guess this is a way to get to where I was looking at, huh? Considering the sign is pointing back this way now. And that opens the door we were just looking at. It all came full circle.
War's son? Gian.
Aye, aye. Come searching for rare items, have you? Well, hands off. This collection is mine, and I won't be selling to grubby little wanderers. Still, I imagine you come across many interesting items in your travels. Maybe you'd care to part with some? I'll offer a fair trade for each.
Velmi Ardred.
Okay, so he'll buy Hollowness Seals, King's Idols, and Wanderer's Journals. I'm disinclined to sell them at the moment because I don't know if they're used for other things. But that would be a great way of funding other things. I see. Nope. Okay. I just wanted to check to see if the elevator would go further up. Because the shaft looks like it continues onward. But obviously that wouldn't work with the way the area we were just in, that we're in again now, was laid out. You know till you check, you know? There could be deception at play. Like another larger one up here. Oh no, regular dude first. Okay, they can attack me through the cyclone slash consistently. Oh, there's a flyer with a spear. Look at him. You think you're a cool guy, huh? Joke's on you. You got yourself stuck. Something's squealing around here. There goes the guard and the guy who used to work here, probably. Ah, that was what I was hearing, probably. Well, this guy seems oblivious, so we're just gonna go ahead and heal while he's not paying attention. Oh, I can do that in the air. Okay. I wasn't sure if I could Cyclone Slash in the air, so I figured I'd try it. Lo and behold, it worked. Oh, that goes down further than I thought. Okay, that's where we were before. There's an elevator over there. And this opens all those doors. That brings the elevator up. Good, good. It is interesting that we can jump on the glass. One would figure that the glass would be too slippery to properly wall jump off of, or be concerned about being too fragile. Ooh. Room in between. No, not down. Well, fine. We'll go this way, then. Ow. I can definitely see more and more why people would be concerned about those flyers, because they are sneaky. There's 2 more of them in this room. There we go. There's a rancid egg. So there's more than one of them, which means somebody probably wants them for one purpose or another, then. Ah, bench that way. Very good. That way it is, then. And there's also a grub. Real shame for him. But I suppose, you know, we're here. There you go, buddy. Go do your thing. Aha! I spy paper. It's a trap! You'll have to be better than that to defeat me. That was it, huh? Okay. More paper this way, and the bench sign this way, so everything I desire is in this direction right now. Toll machine with a symbol of a bench. Yes, please. Give bench. Those mechanisms are really neat. Isn't it a change from those twisting natural caverns? The rain does cast something of a sadness upon it all. The architecture is simply splendid. Charting such a different space is quite the challenge, though one I've eagerly undertaken. Perhaps you'd care to purchase a copy of my achievements so far? Sure do. Cheers, bud. We'll have a seat on the bench as well to update the map further. Okay, so we have a stagway up there, right above where we stopped in that other section, because I think we couldn't reach there. Or it seemed like we couldn't reach there. But that's where our stagway is, so I'm more interested in getting there now than I was before. That's where we had the guy that wanted to buy our stuff down there below us. Oh yeah, that was the nailsmith over there on the left. Okay. Since the ads are rolling, though, I'm gonna get up for a quick second so that y'all don't miss anything too much. The music got really quiet when I paused, but it'll be okay. Hello, Jacqueline. Welcome in. Apologies, I was away, though you may be in ads right now and unable to hear me anyway. But I hope you're doing well. So far, so good here. Now it's Zode again. Oi, watch where you're going, you soggy vagabond. I don't want you splashing me. I've had a miserable time trying to keep dry. I'm Zote the Mighty, a knight of great renown. If I decide that I'm gonna stay dry, then that's what's gonna happen. Curse this wretched city. Water and monsters constantly fall from above. No wonder this blasted kingdom fell to ruin. As I said, so far so good. Glad you're doing well. Just working our way through the city here. Seeing what we're gonna find. Oh, they can throw their spear too. Look at that. No, I play a lot of different things. If anything, I very rarely play this. This is only being played because of a Donathon incentive that got hit. Okay, those are actual spikes. Good to know. Mostly retro games and the occasional odd indie game is the shortest version to say there. Is I play too many different things to be able to give a concrete, simple answer there. Like yesterday, for example, we were playing Final Fantasy 1. Last week we played some Gunfire Reborn, as well as continuing this and Final Fantasy last week. What else did I play last week? I forget what the other thing was. There was one more thing, and I'm forgetting what it was off the top of my head. That is one of the things, yes. So part of the reason I do it is because not enough people cover some of them, and I wanted to fill those gaps. Because there's a lot of weird stuff out there that people never got to see. And I just find it fun to make sure people actually get to see those. Like I said, though, a lot of things that are happening right now are just because of Donathon incentives. So we're playing a lot more of the more commonly known things as a result. We will be doing a bit more odd stuff here soon. Because later this week, we'll be playing something more commonly known. Specifically, we'll be playing Peak with a bunch of people on Thursday, and then Friday we're going to be doing a big randomizer with a bunch of people. I'm not releasing what game I'm playing for that yet, because, to be quite honest, I have not decided that yet. Technically, I've been on Twitch for 14 years. Actively streaming, though, I've only really been going for like 5 years. It's been an amount of time. And VTubing in particular has only been like 2 or 3 years at this point. No, not really. Twitch has been around longer than that. But I've been around a while. But I was only a viewer back in 2012, aside from one stream, like, at all. I think it was, like, 2014. That depends on the nature of the request. I'm willing to hear out what the request is, but your results will vary depending on what it is. And that's... Yep. Here's your feedback. Goodbye. I was playing that out because there was a slight variation on the usual line there, but I was pretty sure I was dealing with another one of those. It's always the popular categories. It really is. Exactly. I wanted to be nice just in case it was someone that was actually genuinely asking questions. But then that part of the playbook popped, and I'm like, well, never mind. Perish. There's a certain way it's phrased with all those questions that makes it very much stand out. That is the other thing, yeah. Like, you know, that is what artists do. I should know. I'm one of them. Oh, yeah, this is the lift we were looking at before. Well, no, there are definitely people that have asked me in normal conversation how long I've been streaming, but they phrase it better than that, usually. Like, the slight odd phrasing there is what clicked it for me. That's true. On rare occasion, I've had other streamers ask me that as part of our first conversations, but that at least has the context of, I know they're a fellow streamer. That was another big clue, yeah. Because it's just a weird question to ask. And all you'd have to do is click on the About page and you'd see that there are other things that get played, so it's kind of a pointless question. Let's see what's down this hole. Death. That's what's down this hole. I am right there with you, but I'm in a good mood today. That's why I let it play out. Otherwise, I would have seen normal name with numbers after it, and I have a fair amount of times just banned those outright. That has happened a couple times. So I take one look at that and go, nah. That's our first vessel fragment. You know, every now and then you have those days where you give benefit of the doubt. And then you regret it. Exactly. I'll be honest. I have become very quick to ban people about a lot of things. Which part here there, Yura? Is it, if you meant coming around like this, probably, but I could absolutely see jumping up through here. Because that was what I was thinking about doing to begin with, was somehow squeezing my way in there, and I just happened to find the hole before I got to that idea. Now, I understand the rando instincts are strong. I'm completely with you on that. But I've also played so many things like this that I'm just very prone to just poking and prodding at all the walls before I try things. Yeah, we've got the stagway, and we've got the other bit. Yeah, no, I understand. Well, that was weird. I had, like, slow-mo walk. I have the break things urge of speedrunning, but I don't have the go fast urge of speedrunning. It's a very weird place to be, mentally, sometimes. mean, sometimes it's by accident, sometimes it's on purpose. I would expect a game that's been out as long as Hollow Knight has been and played so much to have less bugs. But no, I expect every game ever created to have bugs, honestly. Because that's just the nature of how that works. Welcome and go to Honey Jail. Hope you're doing well today. Hopefully you've not been in jail too long today. You know, actually, does Pong have very many bugs, now that I think about it? I feel like bugs in games have actually gotten more common as games have gotten more complex. Because there's more that can go wrong. You know, it's much like making complex machinery. The more parts you have that can fail, the more parts will fail. That's just nature of the beast. Okay, none of these are doors. They're just lies. Oh, yeah. I assume most people interpret it as you telling them to go there. But it could also be the one on whose name is go to Horny Jail has to go directly to Horny Jail. It could be either or. But yeah, there was definitely a time where their games were less, like, they were smaller than even the small updates we get to indie games these days. It's wild to think about. Interesting. I would not have considered that you are the jail. Like, since it was clearly a directive, I assumed it was directed in either direction, just not necessarily that. Huh. Interesting. So people interpret things in a variety of ways that I do not necessarily understand. Our first of the wizards. And he's dead. Yeah, you know, I could definitely believe Horny Jail being full since then. That's also true, you got a point there. Ah, the place I so frequently see people getting sick of this game and stopping. Place full of wizards in pain. I know this place. This is one of those places where even if you don't know this game, you probably saw a lot of clips of this place with people raging. Fun's a word for it. Fun is definitely a word for it. And I'm sure there are people that have a great time here. Yep, I saw that. Aha! Ah. Elevator, please. I knew he got kind of loud near here. I have my moments where I enjoy difficult, painful things, as you've seen. But it is much more common that I would prefer it not to be painful. We've both come far to reach this grand place. While I'm about these buildings, I must remember to collect a trinket or two for Zelda. We've both come far. Okay, you don't have anything else to say and you're not selling me a map. But then again, this is part of the City of Tears, so he doesn't need to sell me a map. It's interesting that he's twice here. I would say it's more that my interests lie in a different direction. Would be a fairer way to put that. Because I would be inclined to say there isn't a single person on the face of this earth that doesn't have a kink of some kind. Looks like we're not going anywhere with this idea at the moment, at the very least, because we can't open that door. And I'm about to land on the elevator again because I can't get around it, so let's bring that up. That is a good question. It's much the same as if everybody is special, then no one is special kind of situation, really. I'll be honest, I've never sat down and thought about the definition of the word kink to begin with, other than the less interesting version where it is just like a jam and a hose or such. So it really depends on how you define the term to begin with, then. Because if it is just an interest that is outside of the standard line of interests, then, you know, then it would stop being a thing once everybody kind of falls under the same heading. Absolutely, Yura. I agree completely with that. As long as they're not forcing other people to be involved in it and they're not hurting anybody, by all means. And people have said that at any variety of the LGBTQ has been a kink in some people's minds. It obviously isn't in really, but people have viewed it that way. Urda Abba, the mind still limits us so. How to break past its constraints to attain a pure focus? Is it even possible? But that's kind of the thing where the terms change over time. So it's like, okay, what actually falls under that heading? Is a lot of things that used to be taboo have kind of gotten normalized if you really think about it. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm getting at. I feel like it may just be one of those things that it doesn't really apply anymore, outside of things that are more out there, but it will depend on who you are as a person to a certain degree, what actually is considered out there. Yep, I couldn't move fast enough on that one. There we go. Had to focus on that for a little bit. Oh, absolutely. Language will continue to develop with or without us. Yeah, he was a little rough because he was timed just right to punish you healing. Yeah, I could see that. That would make a degree of sense. If they actually found a scientific answer there, that actually does start to make a degree of sense, and that would actually be a valid definition at that point if you want to use it that way. Is at least there's backing to that. It's not just a judgment statement, which is what it frequently gets used for. Because I've never been one for agreeing with the term kink being used as a judgment statement. Because whether I agree with whatever interest someone has or not, again, as long as it's not harming anyone and it's not really out there like a few specific things that are genuinely a problem, points generally at the current situation with Twitter as a perfect example of things that are probably a little too far out there, you know, maybe. Yeah, exactly. It's another one of those terms that started out negative, but the group in question have taken ownership of it to a degree. And it's then changed the meaning. Exactly. And it's great to see when terms actually get turned around. It would be nice if that never needed to happen in the first place, but, you know, humanity is humanity. Situations like that are going to continue to happen. As society grows and changes, what is and isn't acceptable and what is and isn't a limiting factor is going to change. Yeah, I'm a firm believer in like what you like, just don't expect me to like what you like. And that goes especially for the feet people, because I do not like that, but I'm never one to yuck anybody's yum. I may have a knee-jerk reaction to it occasionally, depending on how it's described. But that's just, you know, a visceral reaction to something being explicitly described to you in the moment. That just happens sometimes. Oh, absolutely, yeah. There are going to be cases where you don't end up liking that. I don't know, what are these things called? Aha! Yeah, that's not the first time I've been asked that line of thought. Oh, absolutely, yeah. If it's gonna disrupt your focus or if it's going to get you in trouble, you're obviously no longer interested in something you might otherwise be interested in. You'd be surprised what people learn to focus around. But I'm sure it would take a lot of work. Because I would have to assume after a point it becomes just part of your natural being because you are that all the time. You know? Like, a human being can become used to quite literally any condition if it goes on long enough. Admittedly, you might have some blood flow problems. That might be a little awkward. But being erect all the time really doesn't seem like it'd be that distracting. Outside of the, like I said, the blood flow, and you're right about the aerodynamics problem. Not to mention, it's gotta be awkward on the clothing after a while, because, like, okay, if you're wearing anything that isn't really loose, you're just probably in pain the whole time. And that's just gonna be awful. Like, somebody like that would have to either learn to love a kilt or get real used to sweatpants, probably. That's also true. Oh yeah, the bad kind of tingling, yeah. You will definitely end up dealing with that, too. I never said it would hide it. I just said it would be more comfortable to wear that under those circumstances, because it wouldn't be restrictive. Hiding it is kind of out the window at that point. I feel like you just give up on that idea. Oh, there's a lot of you bastards in here, huh? Good for money, though. Yeah, you have to be really fine with that kind of thing to have that not start to get to you. Yeah, exactly. Once you're stuck with that, that's just the way it is. You have to work around that. Or find a solution. You're just kind of working with that at that point. So, Spell Twister. Reflecting the desire of the Soul Sanctum for mastery over soul, it improves the bearer's ability to cast spells, reduce soul cost. Neat. Don't have room for that, but that'll be useful later. If it works, it works. It may give you a very different perspective on things after a while as well. I have to assume they would rotate their test subjects to avoid that becoming too big a problem. But at the same time, that's assuming they do these tests ethically to begin with, which is mixed bag at best. I mean, it depends on the test subject that they have. They may choose them on purpose for that exact idea. We don't know who's doing these tests. We don't know what the screening is for that. Oh, absolutely. What a line of thought we've been on today. Yeah, it was originally meant to... I don't think it was entirely a blood thinner necessarily, but yeah, I do remember what you're talking about. Is things that alter blood flow can easily cause it to flow somewhere else, and well, that was a convenient place for it to flow to, so... Yeah. I'm trying to think of the right way to explain the thought. Blood thinner was the first thing that came to mind, but it's not quite right either. From a practical perspective, yeah. You're not wrong about that necessarily. And in a lot of cases, I would not be surprised if they just are releasing the products out and then letting the testing happen by virtue of people doing a variety of things with it, and then, oops, this is a problem. Oh, guess we'll have to fix that. I know what this room is, by the way. That's why I've been having a bit of trepidation about going into this room. I mean, hell, free bug testing is basically what a chunk of what streaming is to some companies. This fucking guy. I forgot that he does the waves right off the start. For some reason, I thought that was a phase 2 thing. Yep, there's the shots. Now he does his rotatey bit. Too far a dash, that's fine. Nope, couldn't dash out of that fast enough. There's gonna be at least a death or two while I remember his pattern from having seen other people deal with this guy a lot. Oh, there definitely is. Technically, there's more than that, depending on how you do this fight. I'm not completely blind to this, after all. Thankfully, if you're close to him, his shots are actually not as dangerous as you might think. Because he just shoots around you. He's having a great time. There we go. Oh no! I've seen so many people get surprised by this happening. I'm happy to have gotten this far first try, though, all things considered. There we go. It's just that easy when you're not caught off guard. Yeah. I mean, he is the Soul Master, so a triptych like that makes sense for him to do. Consume the Desolate Dive. Tap B while holding down to strike the earth with a burst of power. Spells will deplete soul, replenish soul by striking enemies. I am so happy to have done that first try. Oh, I'm so happy. Now, that's usually the person behind the screen, not the game. We've all been there. We all end up having that moment where the screen goes dark and you see what you've been doing. Well, probably not most people with this game. I would not put it past the internet entirely on that one. I feel like we've all seen some of the Silksong fan art on that one. That's all I need to say on that matter. Yeah, you make a very good point there. You would think a nice flat wall like this would have led somewhere. It's the perfect climbable wall, but there's nothing here. Very disappointing. You can't just give me a wall that's perfect for climbing and expect me not to climb it. May as well heal the full since this is here. There we go. Now there's a door in my way here, though. Ah, dang it. I feel like the answer varies depending on what it is. Like, if it's something really beyond the pale, then, you know, maybe people should be ashamed of that. And the source, yes, the source also matters. I'm not even really speaking morality-wise, just... Because really, if you think about it, morally wrong varies a bit. Because it depends on what kind of moral compass you're operating under to begin with. But then again, if you don't view it as morally wrong, why would you be ashamed of it in the first place? That's also a very good question to consider. And the answer is usually because other people would view it as wrong. And that, again, is still a very situational and variable thing. Like, there are definitely many things most everybody can agree is a problem. Again, gestures in the vague direction of Twitter without having to name exactly what I'm talking about there. Everyone knows what I'm talking about for the most part. I don't need to go deeper into that line of thought. So you've got really two different options on that one, and both of them are a problem. And yes, I'm going to keep calling it Twitter. I couldn't give a shit what people will end up changing something's name to. I'm going to keep using the name that I ran into first. Yeah, exactly. So it can still end up being a source of shame even if your own moral compass doesn't necessarily say that. Because people will enforce shame upon you because of it. This is what happens when things become mainstream. Like, at the risk of sounding like a hipster, there are many things that when they became mainstream became a lot less fun. Because they stopped being unique. Aha, that's where I'm supposed to be going here. I knew there was another breakable floor somewhere, just... that was the first non-obvious one, and I was too locked into what we were talking about and just kind of wandering around. Though there were other spots up there, and now I can't get back to them. Oh yeah. Finding community with something can be wonderful, depending on the community. This is true. There are upsides to it, absolutely. But by the same token, the exact thing Yura's talking about with finding community can also lead to being able to start to make money off of your passion without having to make it mainstream palatable, which can start to destroy the thing you're passionate about. Thus, the double-edged sword of something becoming mainstream. Like, I've heard numerous people complaining about that happening with Warhammer, for example. Even if that's one that has somewhat resisted becoming mainstream too much to a certain degree, it is still one that's apparently been impacted. I'm a mere tourist as far as that community goes, so I do not have any real stance there. This is just something I have heard repeatedly. It's interesting how this whole line of thought started, and yet here we are simultaneously having an interesting discussion, but also having fun about it. Yeah. They know the concept of it, but they don't really know it. And there are definitely innumerable people these days that know it from memes. More than they know anything of it itself. I don't know if I would go always mainstream, but it definitely was less niche than a lot of other or things in that vein. I'll definitely say that. And I don't disagree with your second part either, because there's a fair amount of problems in that line as well. Okay, so we've looped back around. I think we're done here. I just haven't touched a bench to map this out enough to know whether I've actually been everywhere over there or not. Not that I'm aiming for 100% anyway, but the treasure seeker in me is like, but did I miss loot though? I want the shiny things. Which, yes, I almost was a crow among the other things that I almost was. Before anybody says that about the shiny things comment. There were a fair few things that almost came to be as I was forming everything I wanted to be. Okay, yeah, there are no hidden... Well, no visible doorways we haven't been to there. And we'll, of course, grab his little note here, just for sake of touching that, so it stops glowing. So, I think our next port of call is either going to be up in that mine, or perhaps breaking down through the bit in the Mantis Village. Really kind of 6 of one, half dozen of the other, I would figure. Yeah, to the Warhammer always being mainstream thing, though, considering the amount of games that existed for Warhammer even a long while back, I have to agree with the thought that it could never have been that niche for there to be such things that ended up actually being purchased fairly frequently. Was there 2 PS1 Warhammer games, or was there only 1? I don't remember. I want to say there was 2. But I'd only ever personally played one of them and had no fucking idea what was happening in it. And then, of course, the more modern PC games, but there was also a fair amount of older PC games as well for it. It's interesting to think about. Is that's on that long list of things a lot of people would just forget existed or never knew existed. Which, that list of things people forgot existed is really long. Now back in Dirtmoth while we have a decent amount of money. Is there any of these that I wanted to grab? Let's go ahead and grab the key before I forget it exists. Because now with 2 keys in hand, I'm willing to go open the thing that's over here. I've heard very good things about Bolt Gun in terms of it actually fitting in. I remember enjoying the little bit of Bolt Gun I played. Because you're right, it does feel good as a boomer shooter. 100%. Yeah, as far as lore goes, I can't really speak to that either. Welcome, small intruder. I've been sound asleep in here for some time. Some time? Ah, yes. Now that you've gone and woken me up, it's no matter, I suppose. I might even be able to help you. I'm Ji, and if you have found your way into my chamber, you must need my help. You see, sometimes we leave our regrets behind in this world, like black stains. If we don't deal with these regrets, hope starts to drain from us. Do you have regrets of your own, little one? Let me peer into you for a moment. Ah, you don't appear to have any lingering regrets. How lucky for you. You don't need the services of one such as I. From what I recall from a friend of mine telling me about this, that will actually retrieve your dead bodies for you. That is the regrets that you're talking about. So if you have a body in a particularly bad spot, you can have them grab it for you. Which is a nice thing, but that's why I was holding off on using the key for that until we had 2 of them. Because I have no serious need for that. But it might be convenient in the future to have that available. And I mostly grabbed that just so I could talk about it without people thinking I'm talking out of my ass. Yeah, exactly. So usually your bodies will be reachable and achievable, but if you're struggling with the game more, it can be more useful. Like, when I played this 7 years ago, I definitely died more than I ever have during this playthrough. I had definitely had a fair few times where I died to just regular mobs out and about occasionally as well. No idea why I was having so much trouble back then, because I can't say I've gotten that much better. Yeah, usually the corpse is moved outside of the boss fight, so it's fine. Oh, absolutely. You would want to at least see the dialogue happen. What was I thinking about doing here? Oh yeah, going to the crossroads, because the Stagway is fairly close to where I'm trying to go. That's what I was doing. So nice having more damage coming in here, so we don't have to take as much time clearing these things. Not that they took long to clear to begin with. But 1 hit is much easier than 2. Let's see. This, I believe, leads to where I'm trying to get to. Double check. Yep. For some reason, I couldn't jump for a second there. It just kind of died after I closed the map. It was a little odd. Yeah, exactly. Hop on up here. And then we can pop right on through the floor. I really thought for a split second there that it didn't work. Crystal Peak. There was also something on the way down, but I didn't react quick enough. So I'll keep that in mind. Dark room, deal with that later. Okay, they can be harmed, just not from behind. Kind of figured. The armor and everything. There we go. I'm gonna assume those are gonna hurt me. Yeah? Surprising. I guess they're not falling with enough force to be too big a problem. There's that certain amount of doubt every time you see something. It's just like, is this going to hurt me? No? Good. Yes? Damn it. Okay, there's our bench for the area over here. This room's dark, but not so dark that we're gonna have trouble navigating it. Goes flip, kind of figured. Don't have the map yet. Bench, I presume, is under me, though, over here. Either in here or down here. Down here. There we go. Always touch the bench. Never hurts to have an anchor in this world. As long as you're not in the middle of the ocean. Ah, those expand. Understood. I can break them. Pry this up. Little too low. Admittedly, should have hit the one on the side, the other side of me first, but you know. It's fine. I wonder... So many games have enemies that are miners like this, throwing their pickaxes. I wonder where that idea started. Because it really does happen in a fair amount of games. And it's an obvious thought to have for a way to make them more dangerous than just walking up to you and trying to hit you with the pickaxe. So it may not even have like a common origin point or anything. But it's interesting to think about. And it's something to go through my head before the spike does. Yeah, exactly. Somebody will have researched that and end up telling you everything about it. Which is great to see. I really do enjoy when people actually have something that they're that interested in. Much like I was talking about on Blue Sky earlier today, I realized that I don't have much that I can deep dive like that. Like, I didn't describe it quite like that in the Blue Sky post because it was more focused on the fact that I don't have that singular inspiration that I can rely on, like I saw in a lot of the people talking about Portfolio Day today. It's like there's a lot of people that were really inspired by Fire Emblem and things like that that have a consistent art style they want to match and a consistent style they can work with. And it would be nice to have something like that. But I feel like that's also a grass is greener on the other side type of thinking, which is why I prefaced it when I was talking about it before. With the, like, I know this is gonna sound negative, but it's not meant to be. Because that could be perceived as I'm talking down about myself or about those people, and neither of those is meant to be the case. Because, you know, there's advantages and disadvantages to something like that. Because you'd have the advantage of, you know what you want, you know what you can do, so the resources are easier to get in order to learn the style you want. But it probably is harder for them to learn other styles if they want to expand. Because they no longer have as much of a passion advantage there, if that makes sense. But I can definitely say from experience that lacking that passion makes everything kind of equally difficult, but also equally It's just kind of a thing to do. You know, that really does work in a lot of ways on both lines of thought. We're already in there. I do think I need to go back over there at some point, but it doesn't have to be right this second. Because we backed away from going up here. Uh-huh. Prizes. Another rancid egg. Still don't know what those are for, but I would assume I take those to the egg temple. That would make the most sense. Which at some point we probably should actually, you know, go there and figure that out, but problems for the future. There's plenty of problems for the future. Okay, that just loops back to this. Which I kind of figured, but I needed verification. Get deflected, nerd. Okay, now you've just left me all kinds of problems. It's like, I do experience the idea of hyperfixations to a small degree. And I know people that have those have told me that there are downsides. But it would just be, I feel like it would be interesting to experience that. Even if it has downsides. Just because it's a simple case of just wanting new experiences. Is that is one of my main things, is I am constantly chasing new experiences. Be it a positive or a negative. Exactly. I can end up focusing on something, but I wouldn't say it ever reaches the degree of calling it a hyperfixation. That's kind of the thing. It's like, it depends on where you draw the line for the term there. Because for me, most of the time, if I end up really locking onto something, it probably lasts like a week. At most. And then I hit that burnout out exactly that, like you're talking about there, and it's over at that point. I might come back to it at some point, but it is nowhere near as much of a thing anymore, or at that point. Which, burnout sucks. No matter how you end up experiencing that, it's very unfortunate when burnout happens to people. I wish I could say the game series doesn't, but unfortunately, things happen there too. That is mostly a joke for anybody that starts to rise up to defend Burnout as a series. I do really love most of those games, but things happened. Does this hole hurt me? No, this just goes nowhere. That's fair, yeah. You are right that it's also a degree of time spent in each day during said week, yeah. That is a fair point. Like, I've definitely had a few things where I end up doing it the entire day, every day for that week, but that's been very rare. And I haven't had one of those in a while. Yeah, we're definitely not getting up there from here. But this is also, I believe, how we arrived. Let's actually pop our head in here, because I feel like this won't actually be too big a problem to get through. Oh, interesting. You can't actually interact with this even though you can see it, because you can't see it well enough to interact with it. This, I presume, though, is the Stagway. More than likely, then. But we don't have the map to verify that. But just looking at the layout of that room, it would make sense for that to be the case. I may need to actually just walk through more of those dark rooms blindly. It looks like there's really not much else to accomplish here without doing that. Or we leave and come back when I have enough money to buy the lantern. Leaving, though, would be a little bit tricky, considering we haven't found any other way out of here other than going back up in a way we can't do. So, you know, that complicates matters a little bit. Touch the bench again just to make sure we have things in good order here. I believe one of the places I was thinking of is in this room. There we go. Walk to darkness. Okay, there is a platform there. I wonder. Nope, that doesn't generate any light. And there's one of you flying around in here. Okay, very good. This is nothing but problems. Yep, I figured I was gonna get shot. I heard the shot go off, but I had no way to judge that. I'm sure there's more. There's just only one we can see. Let's go back to the bench and heal. Because otherwise we're just going to waste our time there. And that's why I don't want to do those rooms blindly, but I'm starting to wonder if we have a choice because of decisions I've made. And I'd rather not have to be doing corpse runs in the dark, as well as dealing with the flyers in the dark. But I'm starting to learn the lay of the land in that room, so we can make it work. I very firmly disagree with my attack not deflecting that at that range, but sure thing, game. Let's deal with these guys in the hopes that we get more energy from them. There we go. This way we have full healing power available to us. It's either that or we deal with these guys to get the healing energy. And one is definitely easier to deal with than the other. Uh-huh. That's the other option, is just shooting them down. A little short. Okay. I landed in between them. Overshot. We're quite literally just jumping based on vibes here, so... Oh, there's his corpse. Look at that. Okay, too far. I don't have that many tries left before I have to heal back up again. Go. There we go. Done. And too far. How far is this room? Goddamn. It's gonna bring the flyer back, but I think I'm better off doing this. Oh, these guys didn't come back. That's inconvenient to me. Forgetting once again that some things come back and some things don't, depending on what you're doing. There we go. That timing is going to forever be a problem because I'm going to be too impatient to wait the exact amount of time I need to avoid getting shot when I go for them like that. That's just going to be the way it is. We're going to leave those guys because we have mostly full energy. Ceiling. Oh, and now I don't have enough juice. Pretty sure that's correct, yeah. Now I hit him. I just kind of guessed based on where I remembered seeing him before. And then he covered the entire fucking platform because he's a bastard like that. Yeah, hearing him and not being able to see him makes dealing with that so much worse. Because you know the shot's coming through, but you have no idea where he's actually hovering to try to go hit him. And you run the risk of just jumping into the spikes trying to find him. I think, yeah, he went back to where he started. Got him. Too short. Because, you know, it's hard to judge distance when all you have is void around you. I overshot. I should have just dashed there, because I could have landed the platform if I dashed, but I hesitated because blindness. Hold that thought. That one's so fucking high up. I left the miners down here for a reason, though. I can easily grab one heal off of him and then go for getting the rest of the recharge. There we go. This gives us some more chances without reviving the problem. Ah, the pushback. Careful with jokes like that. In the current climate of things, humor about that may be extra distasteful to people right now. Oh, absolutely. Tunneling is one of the great joys of life sometimes. Yeah, I'm out of things to kill in here, so now I have to do a full reset again. Unfortunately. Means dealing with the stupid flyer again. We'll leave the rest of the enemies as much as I can here to be able to get charge back from them. The timing is going to be a real issue here. Got him. Starting to really learn the room. A couple of these jumps are just spaced just right that my memory's not holding it. Because I want to reflexively full jump as I expect that to be where I need to go, but that's not the case. I too love letting go of the D-pad and still somehow taking an extra step forward. My favorite thing. Brain, we need to have a long conversation about why you thought we needed to dash there. Good night, ABC. God, their shot timing is quite literally designed to be the most obnoxious thing in here, clearly. Is that they are keyed into exactly the speed you would be naturally climbing off of one of these and trying to go for them that way. Because we already went through the lit up one on the other side. So I'm checking to see what's over here. I explained my whole line of logic at the time. Yeah, that's fair. I'm having the same problem, trust me. I'm having to just pray that my memory's not lying to me about where I have and haven't been until I can actually get the map. Wasting so much health because these small corridors and them getting that shot timing just right. And I could wait longer. I absolutely could wait longer, but I'm terrible at waiting. Yeah, for context, I have been up there, I have been over here, and I obviously came from the room at the bottom there. So at least connections to this particular room, this is the only thing left. Yeah, and I'm not one of those. I have patience for some things and not for others. Moments like that are not one of them, unfortunately. Rooms like this are also not really one of the things I have patience for. Oh, gonna have to restart this whole process again. Because I'm not gonna try to push my luck when I have no health left. Even though you would think that would be the lock-in moment that'll make me do better. And in theory it would be. But it's also higher risk, and I'm just not interested in that risk right now. Because all that'll do is cause a different waste of time to happen. Back in we go. Fuck's sake. I might have forgotten about the flyer in that moment, I'll be honest. Ah, he's up there now. Except fucking crystals at my feet are still there. There we go. I was prioritizing getting rid of him, hoping that I was also going to hit the crystal at the same time, but I swung from a little too high up. Fuck's sake. I'm starting to lose track of this now because we've done that room too many times. It all starts to run together in my brain. Yep, I fucking knew the heal timing was gonna get me in trouble there. Well, here's the problem. I don't know that I'm not forced to go through there because I don't know where the exits are, and I'm not asking for that to be answered. This is why I said, as far as I can tell, this is the only direction I have left. That was phrased that way for a specific reason. Don't push your luck. I know you're trying to imply that there are other ways. And this is your warning that you're dancing close to what I tell people not to do. Exactly, Yatika. And welcome in. Hope you're doing well today. Of course, you know, it would help if I actually landed on any of these platforms anymore. But bear in mind, sometimes people may be doing things on purpose. This is technically the first time. It's a complicated one because I've played this game technically 3 times. But this will be the first time actually finishing the game. And I'm reminding you that yours do too. Everyone is subject to the consequences of their own actions. Am I making a poor choice here? Absolutely. Am I going to stop? No. Yeah, to finish the context statement for Yatika, I have seen this game played through repeatedly, though a lot of that information has faded, and I'm already further than I have ever been when I played it myself. But one of the things that makes my experience with this a little weird is I actually guided a friend of mine through this entire game because he was struggling with it. So I had looked at maps and such to help him along without him getting spoiled. So I have more knowledge than your average first-time player would have, but I'm still running into situations for the first time. Yeah, that's been a consistent thing I've seen and heard about this and a couple other places. I am doing terrible at measuring this now. We were so close yet again, and then I lost the measurements. I'm sure it's great to watch because you get to watch people suffer, but it is definitely not a good experience to be in it. Like, most of this place has been fine, but the amount of dark places in here really rely on you having a light source. Which, if you don't know that going in here, it can make for a very bad first-time experience. And that's kind of an illusion that... Well, illusion might not be the right word. But it's a situation that happens in quite a few games, where if somebody happens to go through things in the wrong order, or just comes about doing something slightly differently than is intended or people expect, your experience with something can very wildly differ from what the average experience with something is. I say as one who has gone into many places in ways he probably wasn't supposed to in games of this style. Yeah, no, I could definitely see that happening, and I have been in many a situation similar to that in my time. And if I didn't know the pieces about this that I do know because of previous experience with this indirectly, I would not be surprised if I end up in a similar situation. If for nothing else, because I don't want to have to pay the 1,800 for the lantern. We're only gonna have 2 more tries at this, and then I'm gonna have to heal again. Make that 1 more try at this without having to heal again. Problem is, every time I leave this room, and this is a mental thing, so you may not understand what's happening, but every time I leave that room, I am getting a mental reset on that room. It is thankfully only a partial mental reset, but that's why I'm having so much measurement trouble with that now and then. It's a mix of that and the fact that I've talked about this on stream numerous times. My mind has a problem where if I do something too many times, it starts to just ignore it. Like, it just stops caring about that information at all. So, like, it is currently filing most of this room's layout as unimportant, for lack of a better way of explaining it, in my head, making the recall on it more difficult. But yeah, I could definitely see the lantern being vitally important. I'm just stubborn. Because, like, I talked about it when I saw that one room very early on that was dark. It's like, this is asking for trouble to try to go through it without being able to see what you're doing. And lo and behold, here I am doing this. So I will frequently give better advice than I will take myself, as I decide I want to do something. Why weren't you charging your heal? That is one thing I've noticed that happens. Is now and then, if I press and hold B too early, it'll just ignore that input. Even though we've loaded in, there's a frame or two as you're first spawning back in where it ignores inputs a little bit. That's why I was just kind of standing there without the heal happening, because I had already pressed the button, so I assumed it was going to happen. Nothing. So we almost got murdered there. Yeah, the coach doesn't play, those who can't teach. That there are many phrases that mean the same thing. And at no point have I claimed to be good at this, despite the fact that we've actually done really well in a couple situations in here. Got him. Got me again. I'm gonna give this one more full set of tries, and then we're gonna try to find the way out of here instead, because clearly this isn't working. And it's gonna stop being... Well, it probably already has stopped being interesting to watch at this point. That's the other thing, yeah. It's a gamble that you'll be able to get the measurement correct. We finally died. We finally died after all of those times running back and forth through there. Kind of shocked internally at the thought that that's the first death today. Like, we went through that whole mess in the Soul Sanctum and everything on our way there, and this mess was our first death. All because I decided to mess around with a dark room. The hell of a thing to think about. On the bright side, the constant repetition here has gotten us a good chunk of the way toward affording the lantern as well. Which is its own problem. Not wanting to grind the money to be able to afford the lantern, but I could probably sell things since we know where to sell things now to afford it. Oh, it was because I hit this map. I was like, wait a minute, why can I see the map? Yeah, pretty much. Yes, that's clearly what I told you to do. I didn't tell you to jump up and then dash at all, no. I clearly only directed you to let go of the platform and fall to your death. Why am I doing that? I know exactly why I'm doing that. It's because I'm adjusting my grip on the controller and I keep hitting jump as a result of doing that. But at the same time, why am I doing that? Okay, let's go recharge a little bit. It's clearly I'm forgetting a fundamental thing of dash off of the wall, you fool. Because I do know I can do that. I just keep forgetting that I can do that when it matters. Get some more health back before we commit to going back in there. For sake of not having to turn around again immediately when I invariably smash my head into the spikes again. Because this is what they're expecting you to do, but I was being stubborn about trying to jump it. Oh, it's only for a grub. Why am I even bothering? And why am I going too early now? Well, I'm here anyway. There you go. Enjoy your freedom. We didn't go in this room. This must be the turn I missed. And they can't die, huh? Of course they can't. As for those wondering, I knew I missed a turn somewhere. But I get this funny thing in my head sometimes. When people even imply that there is another option. When I don't ask, that I will stubbornly lock onto the thing that's incorrect anyway. Because that's just how my brain works sometimes. Which is why I try my best to make sure people don't even, like, implied backseat anything. I wouldn't call it only that, but it is in there. I have not gotten tested for it, is why I'm like, yeah, probably, but it's also just a simple fact of I hate being told what to do, and no matter how you slice that, that falls under the same heading to a certain degree. Our friend has certainly chosen an interesting place to have gone here, I gotta say. But all in the interest of mapping it, I understand. There we go. This'll solve a lot of our problems. Come to scale the mountain? I've heard tale of a summit way up there. Too far from me, though, and I'm not really one for heights. I'm with you on that one, Cornifer, I gotta tell you. Heights and I don't get along. But now, we actually know where we have and haven't been. Okay, so there was more than one way back to the Forgotten Crossroads, though I believe the lower one was the one that was in the dark with the toll booth that we couldn't get through because we couldn't activate the toll booth. But I assume... Oh, nope. Never mind. That's a big fucking hole. Not going anywhere or that way right now. And even without having a vague idea what abilities you get in a place, you get hints like this as to, you know, maybe, just maybe, you get something that deals with problems like that. Things to think about. Huh. Oh good, there's another bench here. It had been a bit since we had a bench, so I was starting to get a little concerned. Oh. Well, this is gonna be an issue. Gee, I wonder if the spikes sticking out of the doorway here have any meaning. This doesn't seem like a trap at all. Wakey wakey. That's lasers. That's more lasers. Missed me. Missed me again. I got a little greedy there. That one was me. Okay, his head is protected, which makes sense. There he goes. That wasn't that bad. There you go. Go ahead and get out of here, you crazy kid. We freed him. Da, 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 da. Let's see. And of course, that also marked a little bit more on our map. Okay, there's not actually an elevator that's going to come up. It's just the ore elevator again. Now, it wants us to go up, but obviously, I'm going to look down first. So remember, the prizes are always in the opposite direction of where the game wants you to go. You know, aside from the main expected prize of whatever our next ability will be. Both apply. Is conveyor belts don't usually go vertically. Conveyor belt is usually the term for a horizontal conveyance. When it's vertical, it is usually termed a lift. Yes, I'm gonna actually, you're actually. Okay, so all of that's for a grub. Is interested. We will deal with him eventually if I decide I care. I see. There's a very strange blobby thing there, and I don't like it. Seems very concerning. We're also blocked from going up, so they don't actually intend for me to go up then. But I can't go that way, so I guess down this hole we go. It's the only real option we have left. More money to be had. There's gold in them Nar Hills. Almost enough money for the lantern now. Don't mind me, foreman coming through. Whee. Huh. Well, this definitely seems less than ideal. Wow, even with a dash, huh? Okay. That's gonna be tighter timing than I thought. There we go, just dash the second they start rising instead of right after they rise. Okay, gonna have to jump and dash for this one. Except I hit my head on it. There we go. We're good, everything's fine. Made it. Nice and easy. Let's not get greedy. Oh hey, the one we saw earlier. Like I said, not going for 100%, but if something's in front of me, I will act on it. We could go all the way back down to the bench down there, but we're at full health. We'll be okay. I disagree. That one was already at the bottom when it killed me. And all of that was just for more money, huh? Anything happen if I jump in the box this time? Nope. But I assume it also opened a door somewhere. I mean, if it does, that implies 6 skin and 7 skin also exist. Or 3 skin. Hey, where are you going? Hey, where are you going? Where are you going? To your death. That's where you're going. Oh, this room again. We were here already, weren't we? I'm assuming this door is open at this point. From us flipping that other switch. Nope. That's still closed. Okay. Huh. I'm missing something. Where? Perhaps it's back before this bench. Of course, yeah, updating the map will help. So there's a path further to the right down there, but that was what was behind the other gate with the lever we couldn't reach. There's 2 separate vertical tunnels there. So that might be the key then. Unless the gate was between those 2 vertical tunnels. Let's see if we can get up here, though, since this was already on the map. This might be meant to be done before going over to the other bit. There's the shopkeeper's key. That'll probably be useful to us. Small brass key made in the likeness of a shopkeeper. Oh, coral. Ah, quite the view, no? I'm not surprised you survived the trek through these shimmering caverns. There's an air of strength about you. I suspect it would be quite intimidating if not for your small stature. Rude? Did it sadden you to see those miners below, still laboring at their endless tasks? Even overcome, strong purpose has been imprinted upon their husks. The crystal ore is said to contain a sort of energy, not as powerful as the soul the city dwellers harnessed, but far less lethal. Strange to know such ancient facts. I wonder from where my knowledge comes. At this high vantage, I can just make it out, the light from that sad little town. I doubt its residents could even comprehend the scale of the world that surrounds them. So small it seems. Things to think about. And when you have a moment at a place like that, you may as well think about things like that. Oh, there's nothing to grab hold of there, huh? Okay. Otherwise you'd be able to climb that, but they thought of that. Sounds like there's more of those laser boys down there. I probably could have bounced off of him and gotten up there. Oh well. Or, more accurately, bounced off the pickaxe itself, probably, because we would have had more height off of that. Almost certainly not how they would intend you to get there, but, you know, the option would be there for you. And yep, this is what I expected to see here. Just get in my place in line. I am a laser crawler too, don't mind me. I'm one of you. Actually, oh yeah, that does kill them, huh? What do you know? Wanderer's Journal. And there's that door we didn't get past for the longest time. Well, not the longest time, it really wasn't that long. It just felt like long, because we ran into it, what, 3 times? But now we're in that other vertical tunnel that we were looking at before. Still didn't open that, though. I ain't that interested in whatever's going on with that, admittedly. Ah, that's how we get there, though. Knock, knock. I have a sneaking suspicion I know what the situation here is, and I'm not certain I'm that interested in attacking this thing. But I suppose I will do it because we're here. And I really don't like the heartbeat noise this thing's making. Rancid egg. See, I was assuming Zote was gonna be in that, and I was seriously considering the idea of leaving Zote in there if he was in there. Because that seemed like the exact kind of trouble Zote would find a way to get himself into. And then he would claim he somehow slayed it from within. For anybody wondering, I don't like Zote. I don't like him at all. He's a bit of an arrogant twit, and I don't like it. You know, that's a good question. I'm sure there are people out there that do. Because almost every character ever created has someone out there that likes them. Regardless of who they are. I saw the spikes, but too slow of a hand reaction. There's something over here. Not yet. I'm betting there is something out in that distance there. We just can't reach it right now. Because my instincts are telling me there is something in the distance, just not something I can reach. You didn't dash when I told you to dash. This is why you get spikes. This is how you get ants. There we go. Just jump early, so because I can't trust him to listen to directions when it comes down to fine timing sometimes. Little too far, and it ate the jump on the grab there, because I had hold of it and I pressed jump before I hit the end of it, and it just didn't count it. And that was me dashing a little too far. The fact these don't send you back is something I wish I had known moments ago. I would have accepted a couple of those hits for convenience had I known that. Also, our dash goes through them. Huh. What do you know? That explains how I didn't get hit that one time. That definitely doesn't go anywhere good right now. I don't like this. I don't like this floor here. This floor here is suspicious. Uh-huh. Consumed the crystal heart. Hold left trigger while on the ground or clinging to a wall to concentrate the force. Release the button to blast forwards and fly through the air. Whee! Now we can cross distances with the greatest of ease. Oi. Money. Hey, what do you know? Conveniently just about enough to buy the lantern. Who would have thunk it? Turn around, turn around. There we go. Why am I going back this way again? I did that thing again where I take the shortest path and the shortest path is wrong. I technically could go that way. I absolutely 100% could go that way. Why would I? Like, that's just asking for unnecessary trouble, just like I found for myself here by going the wrong way again. I walked in the worst neighborhood. At least this neighborhood has a hospital. There we go. That's the way I wanted to go. The only way this super dash could be better is if I could super dash up. Maybe someday. Maybe someday. There we go. We got all that marked out now. We could go back down to that room below, on the bottom right, and fly across that if I was really that interested. I don't think I'm going to worry about that right now. Are there good things there? Maybe. Do I care right now? No. I would like to just leave this place. No. Now, fly the crystal skies. Whee! Still flying. Oh, that's a wall. Anyway, just gonna start that up again. That's a wall too. One more time. That's a wall. Giving the poor little guy a lot of concussions here, but you know what? It's our only way out of here. I thought he was gonna keep sliding while I did that. Turns out that's not how that works at all. That might not line up. Okay, no, that worked. Then back down we go through the elevator. Hey, what do you know? We're back here in front of the dead body retrieval service. Fitting that the dead body retrieval service is in an area that looks like a graveyard, huh? I forgot that that well there doesn't have walls, so I just tumbled right in. We're also just slightly short of buying the lantern, so let's quickly go do a bit of stabbing, and then we'll buy the lantern so I don't not buy it anymore, since we are so close. Because there comes a point where the bit isn't funny anymore. And we have definitely hit that point, I would say. Thankfully, with our increased damage, we can just chop right through these guys like they're nothing. And get the little bit we need in seconds. All I really want at this point is a double jump. That would make me happy. Did I ever... Hang on, did I ever go in this little hole here? Huh. No, I more than likely didn't, because you can only get there when you're on your way up. Yep, there it is. Another Hollowness seal. I'm betting a bunch of people end up missing that one, probably, because they just use the stagways all the time once they have it, so they never actually go back vertically through there. Not to mention just using the interact prompt there to go back up.
Oh.
What do you have there? Why, that's the key to my storeroom. I thought I'd lost it for good. Did you find it in those old mines, perhaps? Very curious. No idea how it ended up in such a remote place. Very honest of you to return it to me. Yes, very kind. And now I can open my old storeroom up. I can sell you some of the rare stock that's been gathering dust in there. These items may be a little time-worn, but they still retain their full market value. Very precious stuff. Take a look. Ah, more mask shards, an elegant key. Oh, now I'm tempted not to buy the lantern. God damn it. Nope, buying the lantern. Just gonna get that over with. This way I don't have a repeat of the, hey, why are you being stupid, jumping in the darkness moment. There we go. I have committed the decision. We now have an aura of light about us. Hooray. Yeah, you know what, we as well visit the Egg Temple on the way by, I guess. Assuming that's what this is. Yep, Temple of the Black Egg. Which we had already been here before. We'd already been in here and looked at this and realized, oh, hey, there's 3 faces on here. I'm sure those have meaning. So I guess there's nothing else here for us right now. It just marked it on the map so you know that that's there. In case you didn't figure that out on your own just walking by. Didn't need to be egged on at all about that one. Okay, so now that we have distance flight... Wrong button. Let's look at the larger map for a moment. There's an area down here in Green Path we can cross now that we can do that. We might be able to use that to fight the wind in the Howling Cliff and go somewhere. We can obviously go back to Crystal Peak and do the couple things there. What else would that be good for? I can't really think of too many other things that I can immediately recall seeing that the flight would be good for. So it most likely is that it wants me to do next. But since we have the down slam, we could also go hit that floor in the Mantis Village. And deal with that consequence of my actions. So that's gonna mean we want to go to the Stagway if I'm doing that. It will be quicker. Honestly, going to either of them, it'll be quicker to use the Stagway. Station is what I want to get to the Mantis Village, because we don't have anything closer. And tag this in case something goes horribly wrong along the way back, so we don't end up back at Dirtmouth immediately. As funny as that would be very inconvenient. Gotta go around. Don't have a high enough jump for that. There was something else I wanted to talk about, and my brain is not giving back the information that I wanted to talk about. Every now and then, and it's just like, no, you should talk about that, but you're not going to. We're not telling you what we wanted to talk about anymore. Brain says no. The worst part is, it's not even gonna be for a particular reason or anything. It won't be like, oh yeah, maybe we shouldn't talk about that. It's just like, now we forgot what it was. Sorry, boss, that file's been shredded. But why, though? Well, we had nothing to put in the shredder, and we were bored, so we just chucked that in the paper shredder. But uh-huh. Oh, we're off the map. Oh, no. Oh. Huh. Did I grab whatever was here and it just didn't get mapped? No. This might have just been for nothing. Maybe. Whee! Ow. You know, sometimes I have great ideas and sometimes I have ideas like that. There you go. Be free. I guess that's all this was. Oh, wait. Or, this is what I use the dash for over here. Whee! I could have also landed on that little platform, but this was easier. Spore Shroom. It is nice that there's multiple ways to achieve the same thing. Because you absolutely could have gone and done that sooner than I just did. Because of the fact that that was reachable just with a regular dash. It is weird that I guess... No, I know what happened. I assumed that was another breakable floor, which is why I didn't come back today. And I either missed that or just didn't want to go in there when we were here last week. That is exactly what happened. Because remember, we were having a little bit of trouble in here. We were kind of in danger a lot because of the exploding mushrooms. So... missing a thing or two makes sense. Yeah, we already opened that. That's how we got to the City of Tears. The ads are going to be happening here in a minute, so I'm going to get up and walk away for a moment once they start. Refill my water and everything. Like that. I want to double check this while we're here. Yeah, it is just a simple too high vertical. There's nothing to bounce off of here because you just cut right through that. Meanwhile, back in Mantis Village. Read that before. Nope. Too low a ceiling in that one specific spot. Oh, and we could have done this sooner. I also assumed that this was a breakable floor, which is why we didn't come back down here immediately. Not that I mind not having come down here till after we got a stronger weapon, is I know what this hole means, and we're gonna save this hole for after the ads, because otherwise it's gonna be a whole thing. But for anybody that doesn't know what that hole means, you're in for a treat. That's all I'm gonna say. But I think I know why I got confused there, and I'll explain that before I walk away. I'm pretty sure that got opened when we pulled the switch. But since I'd walked past there before pulling the switch and didn't go specifically back past there, I didn't notice. But either way, I'll be back in a moment. If anybody needs to get up to get a drink or anything, I highly recommend you do so now too, because there's not going to be anything happening for a minute or two anyway. Alright, back to business. Is y'all should be back from the ads here in just a couple seconds. I have done everything I need to do, at least for the moment. Also, it's very funny that the big pit is underneath this little pit. So if you miss the jump getting across here, you just end up down there. Which I'm betting is how they intended a lot of players to have ended up in here. It's just, oops, you fell down into this. Seems innocuous enough so far, doesn't it? Whoop, I'm falling way further down than I want to right now. I'm betting you're supposed to come into here right after getting the Mantis Claw as well, because this is probably meant to teach you how to use the Mantis Claw properly. But doing this in the order I've done was a mix of knowledge and incorrect memory at the same time. But let what's happening in this playthrough stand as exactly an illustration of my point about how even just a little bit of information can very drastically alter how someone's experience with a game can go, though. Rude. Because if I didn't know anything, I would have more than likely jumped straight down that hole as soon as I realized it was there. And that may very well even have happened last week. I purposely avoided the lower parts of the Mantis Village when we were leaving it because I knew about there being something down there. So it's again, interesting things to think about. Because even if you're not trying to act on information you have, you will more than likely subconsciously act on that information. Which is where the difference between a blind and a semi-blind situation, like what we're dealing with here, ends up being. But people giving you information can put you in the exact same situation. And I feel like there are too many people out there in the world that are too quick to give that information away to somebody that's trying to play something for the first time. Like, blind playthroughs are very hard to have actually go properly when it comes to streaming because there are people that'll come in and spoil things. Yeah, sometimes it's blind leading the blind. This is gonna be a thing. Oh, I forgot that it was a voluntary thing. We're not allowed to leave the room going further forward. Our only option would be to retreat. Well. The Mantis Lords. Oh, you throw it now. Okay. That would be a very good time to attack if I was certain about my angling. Like this. Oh, getting faster. Nope. too slow. You know, maybe you should come down and help your buddy here, because he's having a little bit of trouble. Nope, low attack. Yep, not enough time to heal at this point. I needed to test that. Now is the time to heal while they're getting ready to come in. Yep, 2 against 1 now. Oh wow, you came in right immediately. Okay. Noted. Oh, those stay together longer that time. Okay. There's a couple gotchas in here, as you can see. Like the fact that those throws are very visually similar in their patterns at a glance. So unless you're watching carefully, you might not catch what the difference is. Thanks, game. Thanks for not taking that jump input, even though I was mashing jump. And I'm dead. I knew I was in trouble as soon as I started needing to heal. But I got screwed on one of the heals there because I hit jump. But there's a delay after you heal that's longer than it really needs to be because the animation was completely done. And I still wasn't allowed to jump anymore. I don't disagree with the idea of them punishing you healing. I have no problem with that because otherwise it would become entirely too easy. Nah, I wouldn't call it that, because I didn't say anything that big. I did get exactly what I asked for, them fighting 2-on-1. I will grant that. But I only lost because I cheaped out on that heal. If I could have actually gotten that heal off without getting screwed, it would have worked out fine. Or at the very least, I would have had better odds. I wouldn't say it if I didn't think it. Am I wrong? Maybe. Doesn't matter. The thing happened. There's no real two ways about that. It is very unfortunate that we're gonna have to redo the first part of that. If nothing else, it's just gonna make it take longer. Which leaves more room for errors to happen. I was too busy looking at the other Mantis flyer. Didn't even see the other one, even though we had been here before. This is where the bench that we should be able to use, but they're denying us access to. There may be a way to get in there, but I'm not going to worry about it. Clean them out to get a bit of energy back. Our former self is nearby, of course. There we go. Nice and easy. Interesting spot that they chose to put it. But I guess that's the closest to near the boss without being in an awkward spot that he could do. I was actually expecting it to be like here though, past all the mantises. I absolutely did not have to do that, but I wanted to. Round 2. Now watch as round 2 goes worse, because I'm going to be much more impatient in the first round here. I know myself. I know I'm going to make stupid mistakes because I'm going to be impatient. Perfect example there was trying to go for the double hit, which I did get away with that time. That's Twitch being Twitch, unfortunately. Yeah. There we go, one down. Now the real fight. Yeah, most people remember this one more than a lot of other fights because this one's kind of rough. I meant to dash the other way, but it's fine. That being the first time we got hit here is not too bad. They're getting much more aggressive now, so this is the part where it's gonna matter. Believe it or not, I actually got through that fight first try today. One down. Yeah, I remember that. That's part of what helped me along with that, is knowledge gained from watching other people's pain with that fight. There we go. Mantis Lord's done. That is the first boss other than that one spitter thing that's taken me more than one try. Yeah, blind, these things are very different. Though I wouldn't say that any of these are super difficult. I used to think so. But I wouldn't say any of them are resoundingly unfairly difficult or anything. This place gives me the creeps. Vicious little creatures burst out all over the place, and the passages are a dark, twisting maze. Unless you're well prepared, I'd urge you to leave. Though if you're feeling strong enough to descend, would you like to buy my map? Yes, I would like the map immediately, thank you. Welcome to hell. Population, all that. And yeah, no, you can absolutely end up in a situation where the Soul Master makes you feel foolish, because he is a really nasty fight. But knowing how his shots work makes it a much easier fight. And I've dealt with so many situations where enemies have tracking shots like that at this point that it was not as bad for me. Like, ironically enough, suffering through... I want to say it was the end of Valis 4, actually is what made it not as big a problem for me, because the end of that game has a boss with nasty tracking shots like that that were just disgusting to deal with. But once you learn the weakness of shots like that, it's not as bad to deal with them ever again. That depends on which one that is. Really. I don't know which one you're referring to with most annoying, because a lot of them were pretty annoying. Because he's got the one where the bullets rotate around him, he's got the single shots he does, he has that dive, and I think that's all he does. I wouldn't be surprised if a bunch of people also fought him without having upgraded the nail first, which would make him take a lot more hits. I was fortunate that I found the nailsmith before getting there. Because he definitely took me less hits to deal with than I remember seeing a lot of people deal with him in. Yeah, no, the damage difference is huge. Yeah, that's a pretty typical problem, unfortunately. I would not be surprised if most people didn't. I knew that that place was not great, but I also ended up naturally finding where the nailsmith was without even avoiding the soul place. I just happened to walk the right way. So that's why that experience ended up being different. Pretty sure people end up fighting the Mantis Lords without the nail upgrade as well, so that would be a much longer and more difficult fight there too. Which, let me tell you, if I had ended up doing either of those without the stronger nail, I probably would have been very angry by the end of that too, because that would make those fights take entirely too long. As it stands, I still think the Soul Master took a few too many hits. Yeah, you know, even with the light, this place sucks. Yeah, no, he is... Like I was telling people when I was walking up there, that guy is literally the thing I've seen make the most people quit that game. Minx, thank you for the raid. What were we up to today? I know I saw what you were playing, but I do not remember what I saw. But hopefully y'all had a great time. And welcome to me just working my way through Hollow Knight, the one that got away for me, kind of. Ah, Infinity Nikki, okay. Hopefully it went well, and hopefully you are all doing well. If any of you need to raid and run, though, please make sure to do so. Taking care of yourselves is always the first priority. And yeah, we were just discussing people's various experiences with some of the fights along the way in this game, because we've been actually getting quite lucky with this playthrough so far. Mostly being successful with just about every fight. Like, the Mantis Lords have so far been basically the only thing that took more than one try. Aside from a very early fight against that one optional boss off to the side whose name escapes me that just keeps spitting at you all the time. That took like 8 tries because I was a little greedy on that one. Yeah, that nuisance. Okay, looks like we do just go higher here. That's a word for it. Okay, the worms are getting faster. Yeah, a little bit of context for everybody coming in from the raid. This is technically not a blind playthrough, because I have seen this game played through to completion a couple times. I have not finished it myself, because for the longest time, I had no interest in ever finishing this game, because I bounced off of it like 7 or so years ago. But thanks to the Donathon I ran not too long ago, basically at the end of last year, we're back here for finishing this. And I've had a better time with it than I did back then. So, there is that. Oh yeah, I could definitely see how not having patience would get you killed here, and honestly, I'm shocked that I haven't blundered into more, but I think I'm too focused on talking about what I'm talking about to actually pay attention to what I'm doing, and that's saving my life right now. My autopilot is smarter than I am sometimes. Yeah, as a result of this being a return to something I'd bounced off of, though, there's been a lot of topics of how people approach games and how you feel about something can change over time that have come up. It's been a whole thing. 'Cause I can't say that my opinion of this game has changed drastically in this return. Is I'm still not as blown away by it as a lot of people are. Yeah, I remember that. And as I said then, I could definitely see that happening. Because there are definitely a fair few times in this where it just kind of leaves you rudderless and expects you to go poke around to all the places and hopes you figure out what it expects of you. Which may not always work out. But yeah, like I was saying, I'm still not blown away as much as others were by this. The presentation is incredible, but it unfortunately just still doesn't do enough as a game for me to ever say that it blows me away. That's kind of where my line is on that. Sounds good, Minx. Enjoy your food. It's great to see you, and thank you again for bringing your community over. Unfortunately, though, odd door-looking thingies doesn't really narrow it down too much. Because there's multiple things we've gotten through that are door-looking thingies. It's fine. We'll get to it when we get to it. Don't you worry about it. Because that would technically reach into spoiler territory anyway. And I am trying to keep that at down for those who haven't seen things. Ow. Yeah. We have seen multiple keys so far. Oh, radiant being, we are blessed. Your rays touch us. Your warmth fills us. Hollow Nest is born again, united in your blazing image. Oh. Light is life, beaming pure and brilliant. To stifle that light is to suppress nature. Nature suppressed, distorts, plagues us. Embrace light, achieve union. Oh, ah. Light is life. Yep, you're just gonna keep saying that now. Good for you. You do you, bud. I'm not sure if there's anything of use with you, but we'll figure that out eventually. But yeah, we've encountered a bunch of keys and things, so maybe some of those end up being relevant to those various doors. Because there's an exquisite key to buy that I haven't grabbed yet. And there's also all those simple keys, of course. And I know there's a whole other complicated sequence depending on what ending you're aiming for. That could end up being a thing. Oh, we're back here, where the grub was. Huh. Didn't expect to end up here, but I don't really have any need to be here. So much of this place not on the map yet, because we haven't found a bench. Weird that... Huh. Shouldn't that be part of it on the map, though? Because Cornifer should have given me at least a... There we go. Now it's showing up properly. We were just in a transition area, so it got a little confused. was gonna say, I was pretty sure I saw the map of this place, even. We were in one of those weird in-between spots. Okay. That looked suspicious for a second, so I wanted to check. Place is definitely annoying with all the bugs popping out of the ground constantly, though, I gotta say. I'm a little tired of that already. Can't have a moment's peace to look at a damn map. Fine, you wanna brawl? I'll brawl. You ain't gonna win. There we go. This is where we just came down from, isn't it? Pretty sure this is... Yeah, this is back where we just were, yeah. Yeah. Well, there's no point in going from the high road, then. We may as well just go back this way. It'll save us some time heading back down. See, I can see the biggest navigation problem in this place being just the simple fact that there's not that many benches, so you don't end up getting the ability to update your map to prove where you have and haven't been in here. But didn't I kill all of you? Curious about something. Nope, doesn't care about that either. Okay, they are 100% indestructible then. Understood. At least by any means we currently have. You know what I haven't used in a long time? Cyclone Slash. Completely forgot about that after we got done in the City of Tears. Just never ended up using it again. I just now remembered that it existed. I think I want to go all the way back down to the bottom. See that big rectangular room on the left there? There's 2 doors out of there that we haven't been to. Interested in those. It's gonna be a whole thing because we're gonna have to go back through a lot of big centipedes, but well, we're gonna have to go through these things at some point anyway. On the bright side, on the way down, it'll be easier than on the way up in a lot of ways. Because we can go through there faster. We're almost to the door I wanted. Look at that guy up there just trying his best. Too far. Oh, they don't send you back. Huh. Well, if I'd known that, I would have been more aggressive going through there. I assumed they were going to send me back like a stage hazard. Oh. This also, dead end. That's a shame. How about this one? Not a dead end yet. You definitely try to frame this place as being very creepy. With all the shadows you see on the edges of your vision and everything. Aha! You thought you had me. That one got me, though. Yeah, this loops back around to where we almost fell before. We're off the map, so just gonna have to figure it out. I was gonna say thank you for the energy source, and then he managed to break through my attacks. I know you're still there. Up, I know you're there. We killed him through the wall. Huh. And I can't down slam in here, so I think this is just a dead end. Which is probably why there was an enemy in here, is it's a dead end that tries to kill you. This is back the way we came down. So maybe this isn't where we would have fallen necessarily. No. No, it isn't. it just looped around conveniently to a similar spot. Oh, good, hot spring. Isn't that convenient? And now we can finally write down things on our map. Okay. So that's what all of that looks like. And we got a long stretch going in either direction here. Okay, okay. There apparently was a bench up there, too. That I didn't see. Or did I touch that bench? I don't feel like I did. Some kind of tram car this way, looks like. You know, maybe it's just me, but I don't think I would use these centipedes as a tram. They could do the job, but, I, for one, would be decidedly uncomfortable with that idea. Okay. No? Okay. Seems like the thing to do there. Huh. I feel like we've seen one of these somewhere else before, too. Oh, nothing to do here at the moment. I'm gonna keep that in mind for the future, though. Wow, there's not much room between you there, huh? You know, playing in traffic really isn't my finest of ideas. Uh-huh. I got robbed on that one. He swung forward when I was still holding down. I disagree. I disagree heavily. I don't know why I was losing height there so badly. Thank you for the healing. I needed that. Oh, sure, I get hit by the bottom of the spikes. Sure, game, why not? I got so badly robbed on that one. We were doing so well, and then the bottom of a spike hurt me. Now I gotta go find something to get energy from. Like, I'll be honest, it's bad design that the bottom of the spike hurts you. I don't care what anybody else thinks, that is just not good. You should not be hurt by anything but spikes from underneath you, not spikes... Well, correction. Spikes underneath you or spikes above you that are actually pointed at you. Let me amend that before anybody starts getting uppity about it, because somebody out there was going to be uppity about it. Absolutely. You take care, Zari. We'll deal with that whole mess over there in a moment. Let's go this way instead. Because I don't even know if I have to be over there at all. Thank you. I get the feeling with where we're going to be going, I'm going to need it. Pretty sure I can squeeze into there if I do this right. You know, if he would jump when I tell him to jump. There we go. Oh, that's a sound I don't want to hear. Hey there, Pazzy. So far, so good. Huh? Spiders. Spiders within them. What are you doing, Pazzy? It's been a bit. Hopefully you've been doing well, bud. We've mostly been having success here. Keyword being mostly. Yep. Remember to use your tools. Oh no, Zote's caught in a web. What a shame. Anyway. Yes, yes, the spider arises from within. Perish. Ah, there's the part that... Oh, wait, no. I think I'm hitting something that's above here. I don't think I'm actually hitting a breakable piece of wall. I'm being lied to. Ah, nice. I wonder if I can actually just leave him there this time. Because it was apparently an achievement to have abandoned him the first time. So I'm just going to abandon him this time, because I do not like Zote. Zote can rot. There's a bench this way, though. The bench I like. Oh, hey, you're here. This whole area swarms with deadly creatures. Biting, burning, scratching types. I'd thought to test my strength against them. Now that bravado has left me, and all I feel is tired and sore. Yeah, that's relatable. I'm taking what brief rest I can, then I'm off in search of less terrifying challenge. This nest is no place to die. Understandable. You do what you gotta do. I'm just gonna rest at this bench, because that's what I need. Now we know more of the layout. Okay, this is the bench we saw on the map before. That's what I thought based on where we were going, but I wasn't sure until we could actually look at the map properly. Now, speaking of big things, hate that. Failed tramway. That sounds great. Also, this is the source of those... what are those called? Yep, playing Hollow Knight because that's what the people wanted there, Zero. How you doing, bud? We would have eventually gotten to this either way, but it would have probably taken much longer if this wasn't one of the Donathon incentives. Nice, nice. Congratulations. Butterfly. Ah, bonus health. Let's leave that for the moment. Till I know I need it. Oh, this is part of the tram right here. You can see all the seats and everything. Yeah, this really didn't go well for them at all, huh? Oh boy. What a mess. Sekiro's interesting. It's definitely not for everybody. It's definitely unique even within its own vein there. Okay. Test that. Great, there's two of them. That's exactly what I wanted to see. Stop pooping your babies everywhere. There we go. We're making a lot of money down here, I'll say that. It's the nicest thing I can say about this area. What's this? Tram pass. That's probably useful. Yeah, this seems like a good place for it. Much as I would not want to stay here any longer than I have to. Oh, the physics on that wall is weird. Okay, yeah, that tramp doesn't actually exist. Thought so, but I wasn't sure. Now that we have the tram pass, I presume I can make headway. Oh yeah, this whole place down here is a nest of awful nightmares. That's why it's called Deep Nest. It's a nest buried deep down that nobody wants to see, but we're gonna have to see it because we gotta get through it to get what we need. And just think, if the tramway was working, it would actually be a deployment method for all of these awful spider things. Just think about that for a minute. Just think about how much of a problem that would be. You know, just how absolutely unhappy everyone and everything would be if that was the case. Yeah, this is where we came in from. Okay. Want to go this way. No, this is where we came. Both of those rooms look the same as a room I had been to already, so I could not be sure. And since we haven't touched a bench... Actually, yeah, touch the bench, you silly man. That'll verify everything. Because then our little knight friend here will actually draw the map, so we know where we've been. There we go. Okay, yeah, so we have been down there. We just didn't go through the other two exits of that room. So I was right about both of them, because we had been in both rooms. Of course, now these things are back. I'm just gonna ignore you. You keep making awful, nightmarish things up there. I'm just gonna leave. And if you thought there were spikes on that platform I dashed over, you'd be correct. Because we are at the fuck you and the horse you rode in on phase of things. Hi. The body of a fallen warrior. Oh, that seems like a him problem. Just gonna walk away from that. That's gonna be relevant at some point, probably, but not right now. Butterflies. Wait, another one of these? Huh. Okay. That's not a hint of things to come at all or anything. Well, nothing to do here. Not at the moment, anyway. I have a vague recollection of what I think I need to do there, but we cannot do that currently. Yes, you have spiders in you. Oh no. See, that was impressive and concerning the first time, and now I'm just kind of over it. It's kind of like the first time you see the parasites bursting out of people in any of the Resident Evils that happens in. It's very disconcerting the first time, and it's just like, okay, neat party trick. 17 other people did it before you. Okay, now we're back here. Also true, yeah. Just like the aliens in general, really. They stop being impressive once you're used to them. Getting back through here is much more difficult than getting through here to begin with, which is interesting in an upsetting way. There we go. Yes, more spiders. I don't like this big leg looking thing right here though. I'm not really a fan of that. Oh, just spikes up there, huh? That's anti-curiosity spikes right there. Don't appreciate that. Oh, hi. Ow! Okay. Understood. Rude. Fuck you, buddy. I'll be back to you in a minute. Oh, absolutely. Like I keep saying, it has top marks for presentation. I'm just less impressed than most with the rest of it. His presentation isn't everything for me. And unfortunately, a lot of the gameplay is kind of basic. Which is the same thing I've always pointed out about it. Like, is it good at what it does? Yes, but I would never say it's as outstanding as people love to term it to be. But as I've mentioned before as well, I would say it's largely a case of experience that causes that difference to exist for people. Is if you're used to other games doing similar things, a lot of the shine will be lost on you. There we go. Vengeance is mine, because he doesn't know how to look up. So yeah, if we had chosen to walk this way instead of going up, we would have been face to face with that thing in a much worse position. And that's why you always take the high road when you can. This seems like a trap. No, not as bad a trap as I thought. I was expecting Big Mama Spider to appear at this point. Oh, another one of you, huh? Oh, come on then. Oh, you're not coming out, huh? Joke's on you, I could just shoot you. Missed. Get baited, idiot. What's the matter, getting baited? Oh no. Oh no. Idiot. Wasn't even him that caused me the problem, but he ended up experiencing the consequences of his fellow's actions. Ah. I think I see an idea here, but I am not the greatest fan of the idea I see here. Because you know there's 3 spiders that appear in here? You could definitely use them as stairs to get up there. Don't think that that's what they expect me to do, but that is something I could do. The only problem then being, what do they expect me to do? Also, I get that those ones that are basically flying are supposed to be walking on the webs, but now and then they look really weird, like when they're in these giant gaps between webs, it just looks like they're running on air, and it's just kind of funny, instead of being the movement that it's meant to be. They just look goofy, like they're doing a Scooby-Doo run through the air. And yes, I can't not hear the sound effect when I look at that. For anyone that's wondering. Okay, yeah, so they just expected me to climb like that instead. There we go. A little bit of good pogoing solves everything. Okay, yeah, they intend for me to climb up further going that way, but let's see what's over here first. Get some energy back. Whoop. I grabbed that wall, but it didn't take. This is definitely the point where they no longer care about being nice. Okay, we can go this way as well. Let's check what's over here before we go higher up and then have to turn around. I see. Gee, I wonder what that could be alluding to. See those spikes up there? Yep. Mm-hmm. It's very unfortunate that you cannot attack upward very easily when you're on a wall. I needed to have gotten above him to hit him, really. Ah, it's only part of there that breaks. I see. Really feel like I'm poking my nose where it doesn't belong right now, but you know what? We're going. Oh, wait. No, this is fine. Stagway is here. Somewhere. Oh. Spider people? Oh. Food storage. Understood. This is a part I haven't really seen. Oh, hi. Nope, I don't trust it. Greetings. You're very tired. Sit and rest. We are friends. Welcome. Sit and rest. The more you tell me that, the less I believe you. Please, sit and rest. It's warm and safe. Sit and rest. Welcome. You need rest. Sit and rest. Nah. Nah, I'm good. Ain't about that. At worst, they are spiders. At best, they're evil spider cultists. Either way, not with it. Nope. Not falling for it. Once I open this and we touch the bench, then I'll go fall for it. But I want to get rid of my money in case things go particularly sideways. What's that phrase I've been using so much lately? Oh yeah, I don't trust like that. Let's see. What do I want? Oh yeah. Let's grab the elegant key, because I know I'm going to need that at some point, and it's something I would have trouble convincing myself to buy, because it's a fair whack a change, but it also doesn't directly do anything. Wait. I walked past the Stagway entrance, because I'm silly. I keep thinking it won't be in a building, but it is. Okay. And now let's go rest where the creepy spider cultists want me to rest and see just what happens from that. That was this building. Totally isn't a trap. I'm sure nothing bad's gonna happen. Oh no. We're stuck in the web. It was a trick. No. You're getting really close. Stop that. Personal space. That went well. Well, And now we're here. So you may be wondering how I got here. This is why I have trust issues. Anyway, Easton. Gonna assume I have to do that in order to get here. And what better way to lull a beast into a false sense of security than letting it drag you into its den, thinking you are food? What's up? That's right, get wrecked. What are you gonna do? Huh? Oh, right, you swing 3 times, huh? Ain't done with you yet. That's right, bring it on. Okay, he wins this round, because I have no good angle to attack him. Another Hollowness Seal? I need to heal, otherwise I'd go use this magic to blast him. Hey, you. You are convenient sources of energy. Give me your energy. Give me your souls. Gotta get some more power, hang on. You're lucky I can't just hit you through the floor. There might not be any more power to get. I may have to actually successfully hit him while he's swinging at me. And that would be a problem. Okay. Saw some sparkles, so I was making sure there wasn't an item there. It does look like I have to get past the Guardian here. But the ads are running right now, so I'm going to step away for a quick second so that nobody ends up missing anything too big. So if you need to get up and do anything, now is the time to do it. Alright. Should be basically back from ads now, so let's see about getting out of this little mess we got ourselves into, shall we? Yeah, I was afraid of that. I needed to just kind of go for it because we didn't have much leeway there. That's what I figured, is we'd revive in here. Which is fine. As long as I clear these guys efficiently, we should be able to just blast this thing, for the most part, just straight down. One. No, that didn't give me 2 shots. Maybe we can't, then. There's only a couple of guys here, too. That's probably only going to be, like, 2 more shots. Well, that's greatly inconvenient. And again, strategy. No, I can't actually clip through him. Never mind. He actually is solid. He isn't solid for the first half of his body, and that's what fucked me up there. So I thought I could just push through him. So that plan didn't work. But we may end up having to rely on the I just face tank him and beat the hell out of him strategy at this point. Oh, wait. A spot I missed. Specifically a spot to get a bit more energy. Unfortunately, I think I did waste some of the energy. Not knowing. 1, 2, 3. It's only gonna be, I think, a 4th shot? Yeah. Got him. Okay. Sometimes you just gotta brawl. You know, I have the sneaking suspicion I may have been set up for failure slightly. Whoop. Spike pit? No, not a spike pit. Just leads back down to where we were. So that's a shortcut back past the big guy when we die again. He missed. Not really sure how he missed at that range, but he missed. There we go. When we have more room, it lets me attack up. Just for some reason, before it was giving me trouble about that. Yep, there's another one of these eggs here. As we'll grab that. This way, in case I change my mind about 100% or anything, we have already collected that. That, so we can have a shortcut. This place is well thought out. I'll give them credit for that. For all that it's a bit of a trap area, they at least make it so that you're not screwed here, particularly. Like, they absolutely could have thrown you under the bus in here instead of giving you so many shortcuts and everything through this bit. I mean, sure, they still give you spike pits and everything, and a lot of enemies to fight in here. But there's still not just like, oh yeah, you have to do the entire gauntlet in one go, or anything like that. Uh-huh, that's kind of what I figured. But there is enough room in this little tunnel to just hop over this guy. I assume this is the same species as the thing we got the Hunter Journal from. It's got the same kind of eyes. Another one, huh? We'll come back to you in a minute. Not that I like this direction particularly, but it's better than a guaranteed fight. Slightly. Another one. Okay. Okay, there's a bench up here, and oh hey, what do you know? There's all of our friends that betrayed us. Turns out none of them were real. What do you know? But this bench is real, now that it's not covered in spider webs. Now we can enact our mission of vengeance against everything that's in here. Fortunately, we still don't have any energy, but I might be able to bait him far enough that I can attack him from above. Nope, stop running. Coward! Hey, fuck you. Oh wow, you go further out than I thought, huh? Oh god damn it. This is hard to do. Now he's real confused. So anyway, that's the easy way to deal with a problem like that. Because remember, fair fights are for suckers. Especially when you're clearly outpowered by your opponent. Huh. Sleeping figure lays atop the stone plinth. Origin point of all of these problems, perhaps. Okay, that loops back around to here. We had one more of those things that we ran into. This way. And probably bait this one over this hole. You know, if I didn't fall down the hole in the process. Getting an angle on him to hit him, though, before... Oh, no, he doesn't fit. Son of a bitch, they thought of that. Yeah, no, there was no win in that exchange there. Like, I see that there's a timing to hit them, but that'll take so long to do. One hit at a time. Where's my body? Behind him? Really hope it isn't behind him. Okay, no, it's up here. Like, these things are the perfect example of things that my impatience is gonna be my undoing against. Because, like, I can get the hit in there like that, but it's a slow process. And more often than not, you have to manage to deflect his attack to not just get slammed for doing that. Yep. Because you can actually parry multiple of his attacks. I don't know if you saw the fact there was 2 deflections there. But it's still not good enough. Those things have a lot of health. And we don't, considering he does 2 damage each time. But unfortunately, unless the other enemies in here have come back, which they should have. Oh, these guys also fucking came back, though. Nope, that's a bad position to try to do that from. Yeah, he does reach there. That's what I thought. That was a bad move on my part. Better off trying to do this one. I got too annoyed by the fact that that attack missed, so I just made a real bad move. Oh, for fuck's sake. Now I've got a bunch of messages piling up because reasons. This way we can farm a full charge. You know, plus or minus randomly bouncing higher one of these times. What we do then is we hit the bench to get our full health back. And then we go deal with the one that we've been having problems with. Because I need to know what's behind that. Probably isn't even anything there. But I'm gonna look anyway. Because if nothing else, he's offended me at this point. Oh, this actually does look somewhat important. We can't do anything with it right now, but it looks important. Huh. Well, that's something to come back and look at in the future. I want to touch the bench. Yeah, I have to assume that that's going to be a relevant place. Very relevant place later. Yeah, you can actually see the bench devastated here. God damn. Quite the fight. All completely hidden in the darkness. This is a long way down, huh? No. You can actually swim in this stuff. Well, swim, sort of. I don't know if we're swimming or if we're just walking at the bottom. Could really go either way with that one. I very much feel like we haven't accomplished anything. Down here. I say haven't accomplished anything because we really haven't gotten anything to show for having been down here yet. Oh, hi.
Art Person home?
Oh, please, please, don't be shy. There's some nasties about here, all right. Not me. I'm a friend to all and happy to serve a traveler so bold as you. Is it information you seek? That I can provide. Yes, oh yes. That village above here is home to a sad creature. Hers is a tale of tragic exchange. Cost her and her people greatly, though I suspect she bore no regret in making it. Yes, I know. You're intrigued. You want to know the tale. Well, I'm sorry. I'd love to tell it, but I'm just very, very sorry, and I haven't eaten in some time. Oh, I'm starving. Bad. Well then. That certainly happened. And, like, perhaps we would have actually gotten information if I had let myself get bit there. No, you don't actually reach over the edge like the other one. Every now and then, the jump don't jump, but it's very upsetting. There we go. I knew it was close to death, so I was going to be able to get away with just going toe-to-toe at that point. Thank you for the energy. I needed it. Okay, more energy, thank you. Well, energy and money. I'm assuming this is looping me back to where we came in. Yeah. There's a vertical bit in front of us here that we haven't been in, but other than that, we've really been basically everywhere here. I know what this was for, though. I know exactly what all this was for. Just to drop me in spikes, no. Oh, there's a tunnel, though. Is we got something very specific that will solve a very specific problem. But it's also something that would have been very easy to miss. Ow. Actually, that's good. I didn't want to fall down there. Because what I'm thinking is I actually want to use the Stagway to go back. Because unless I want to go into the bottom right of this area, we're basically done here. Deal with that. So that vertical bit is around here somewhere, apparently. Oh yeah, right here. Let's look at this before we go looking at the exit to this place. Because I've realized something that would be easy to forget about as well because of everything else that happened here. That was almost clever. It was a great idea, but I implemented it incorrectly. Because the idea was to keep bouncing off of him and then go up and over the spikes. Oh, come on. I got bounced into the spikes there. Okay, you counted that as me shooting, but I didn't tap it. I just let go of it. I knew I was gonna get hurt there, but I didn't care. I wanted him gone badly enough that it was worth it to me to do that. We have killed so many of those things that we've gotten most of the information, if not all of the information about those things already. Just consider that. That's how many spiders are in this place. Now, I half expected that to make the platform I was gonna be jumping for break away. Thank you. Hee. Oh, there's a whole thing up here. Oh, I'll get a load of you. There's a mask or face upon the creature. In hollowness, a difficult thing it can be to decipher. Wonderful thing to have, a face, not a thing with which we are all blessed. For this kingdom's faceless, I shall provide. A mask, a face, does it need one? Does it not? To define, to focus, to exist. Well then. Source of a lot of the masks we've seen going around, I suppose. Good for him. Okay, can't wall jump off of that. Interesting that there's a bunch of greenery here. Yeah, and this is right past where the tram empath ends. I'm sure we'll want to go talk to the mask maker at some point. We just don't have whatever it is that makes that relevant yet. Did not really mean to slide down. Where the hell did it put me? Oh, okay, up here. Every now and then it decides on a very weird spot to put you after you get hit with spikes. So it really can have some interesting processing time. Just like, wait, where am I? Who am I? What am I doing? Anyway, we're back out of there. Let's get back up to the Stagway and get out of here. Going this way, I think will be marginally faster. Every now and then, it just refuses to do the 3 inputs together that I'm trying to do. As I try to jump, swing, and move side to side, or anything like that, it just sometimes just drops one of the above. It's very annoying. And as I've mentioned, this is a relatively new controller, so I don't think it's the controller on that one. Alright, we have to climb the long way, so this might not actually be faster at all, but we're doing it this way because we're here already. This is thankfully not that long a climb. It's just longer than I would like it to be. There we go. Oh yeah, the bench here is broken. Let's quickly pop back to Dirtmouth first. It's not related to what I'm going to be doing, but it is relevant. Is I want to see if I can get rid of my money. I don't think there's any maps we're missing, unless there's a Fog Canyon map or something.
Bapanada.
Oh, there's a tram pin. Sure, let's go ahead and grab that. Also, it's interesting that there was a cocoon pin on the map, but I didn't buy the cocoon pin. What do you know? The tram pin might give away what I'm thinking about. If you saw it, you know what I'm gonna be doing. If you didn't see it, you'll understand in a minute. Yeah, that I assume gives more knockback, which isn't the worst thing. We'll go and pick up Sprint Master. I might end up using that, since it'll allow us to move around faster. I don't have any space right now, do I? No, all my notches are filled. Actually, yeah. Go ahead and just use the tram again. The Stagway, rather. Because if you think about what we picked up in the Deep Nest, and think about what I just bought, if you put the two things together, you'll know exactly what I realized. If not, I'll explain in a moment. Because we'll be there very soon. Wrong way. It gets me there. Yeah, both ways technically, yeah. is the thing we picked up was something that seemingly had no use when we grabbed it. Is it would involve you remembering something very particular. Specifically, that we saw a tram sign here. And we couldn't do anything in here. Insert tram pass. But if you missed the tram pass item in Deep Nest, you probably would have no idea what to do here. And I wouldn't be surprised if this was what Zeri was talking about earlier. Press the glowing button. Yeet. And away we go. There's a tram full of dead people. We have no idea where we are now. Gone somewhere. Just desecrate the graves, you know, don't mind me. Disrespect your surroundings. As you do. Cursed are those who turn against the king. Well, that seems like a problem. Oh, hey! These look familiar, don't they? Protect the vessel, the dreamers lay sleeping. Monomon the teacher, in her archive surrounded by fog and mist. Lorien the watcher, in his spire looking over the city. Hera the beast, in her den amidst the deep darkness beyond the kingdom. Through their devotion, Hallownest lasts eternal. So we've seen the places where all of these are, I do believe. Or, I should say, we've seen 2 out of 3. I don't think we've actually seen where Monomon the teacher is. But I presume Lorien is in the City of Tears, and Hera the Beast we just saw down in Deep Nest. Just taking a picture of that so I don't forget, in case that becomes important. Dreamer locations added to the map. Go no further, little shadow. What compels its climb out of the darkness? What compels its return to this sacred kingdom? A call from beyond the seals, by the vessel, or by that captive light? Would the seals break? They cannot be undone. But the vessel weakens, that plague springs anew, they must be undone. Yet our seals remain, our duty holds. It must be cast away. Our duty holds, it shall be done. Fade away, little shadow, fade away and let us sleep in peace. Oh? Anyway, we're here now. So that happened. Still no map. No idea what I'm doing here. Oh, hi. You look interesting. And goodbye. Guess I'll follow you. Man, I must have hit my head harder than I thought. Chasing glowing butterflies through transforming terrain. Totally not a concerning situation to have at all. Probably not hallucinating. Probably. Gonna keep following this thing, but it's not like I got anything else to do. I mean, I guess I could just, you know, take a nap. Wouldn't really help anything. What a terrible fate they visited upon you. They cast you away into this space between body and soul. Will you accept their judgment and fade slowly away? Or will you take the weapon before you and cut your way out of this sad, forgotten dream? Na-na-na-na. Taken the dream nail. Hold Y to charge and slash with the nail. Cut through the veil between dreams and waking. Oh boy. Man, you don't want anything to do with what I had before I got here, bud. Ah, you've returned. Welcome back to the waking world. These figures, those dreamers, they reached out with what little power they have left and dragged you into that hidden place. That talisman you now wield, the dream nail, cut through the veil that separates the waking world from our dreams. Even the dreamers themselves cannot hide from such a weapon. I must admit that sacred blade has dulled over time. Together, perhaps we can restore its power. Only have to bring me essence. Essence, the precious fragments of light that dreams are made of. Collect it wherever you find it and bring it to me. Once we have enough, we can work wonders together. Go out into the world, wielder. Down the essence that lingers there. Collect 100 essence and return to me. I'll teach you more. So anyway, we have a magic sword now that can reach into dreams. And welcome to the resting grounds. Notice how these plants light up now. Because we can retrieve essence from them. At least I'm assuming this is essence. And if you're thinking we're gonna have to do some backtracking because of this, well, probably. At least each of the plants seem to give quite a bit, because we're getting, what, 20 from this one? So you only have to open 5 of them, in theory. I'm not sure I wanted to be down here. Oh boy. Well. Down here I am anyway. Oh, you seem to be a bit worse for wear there, bud. Oh, wow. Despite being worse for wear. A lot of health on that one. A lot of health on that one, indeed. Money. There's another breakable wall right there. Nope, no hole in that chest. Now, it's worth noting that I did not have foreknowledge about the tram pass. I just thought about it once I received the tram pass, and I remembered that there was a thing that looked like a tram back at the beginning area, because we had seen it not too long ago. Man, I hate the sound those things make. Soul Eater. Ah, it's up there. Greatly increases the amount of soul gained when striking an enemy with a nail. So it's just a better version of the soul catcher, but it takes twice as much. That'd be great if I had room for it. I think I can get another charm notch at this point. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yep, I have more than 10 charms, so I can get another charm notch. Once we have the money for it again. Which we nearly do. Of course, more importantly, we gotta get out of here first. And if they keep dropping me in spike pits, it's certainly gonna be harder to get out of here. I feel like he's gonna drop on my head. No? He is up there, though. Oh, and there's the exploding things, too. Love that for me. That's wonderful. Let's heal before I bump into him and die. There we go. What's that phrase again? Oh, that's right. Fair fights are for suckers. Should probably see if we actually get a reward part way along for the grubs, or if it's all of them or nothing. Of course I bumped into him and it didn't bounce me high enough. Oh, we're back on the tram, huh? That's awkward. Since I don't have a map, I don't know where my dead body is either. I don't know if it's just past here or what. Might be able to trigger getting sent to the resting grounds again, but let's just move forward a bit and see if it's just right over here. Yeah, it's just right here. So we might have been able to just walk over here, but there probably was a barrier in the way or something. Prevent us from getting in here until we had that sequence happen. And of course I died fighting an unnecessary enemy, no less. Ah, another big elevator. Going down. City of Tears, it looks like. Yep. A part of the City of Tears we haven't been to, too. The more gentrified section, it looks like, based on these guys. I saw you impale him on the elevator. I respect the fact that they at least try to punch you. Like, they don't run away, they don't just stand there and stare at you. They try to whip you one with their fists. There's a trap. Well, the Cyclone Slash plan didn't work out. The idea was I was gonna hit them all very easily with the Cyclone Slash, but I had no room to charge it up enough. Real busy party place here, huh? Goodbye, party people. Oh boy. How many enemies are in here? Jesus. This is what, the third wave? Something like that? Thankfully, this guy was oblivious, so I had plenty of time to heal. Otherwise, that might have been kind of unfortunate. There we go. 3 waves isn't that bad, but it is a bit much when there's that many of them per wave. Okay, another piece of a vessel. We just need one more, I think, to get a magic extension. Which, that will be huge, honestly. We've been working on base level magic, and it is kind of unfortunate. Kind of funny to think about the fact that we can't even use those fancy benches. The plush ones we just left behind in that area where we were just fighting. Only metal benches for our boy here. Yeah, I had a feeling I wasn't gonna be able to just loot this place in peace. The aristocracy would not be without their hidden guards, after all. Give this Wanderer's Journal, huh? I kind of expected it to be a seal, not a journal there, considering where we are. Bring the elevator back so we can actually move it properly. No, not up, down. go. Now, didn't realize you two were just hanging out down here. Goodbye. Ah, King's Station. The counterpart to Queen's Station. Means, yep. Oh boy. That's another part of the city it hears, and it's got big guards. Let's find that stagway, shall we? Bench, and there's a toll booth up ahead, so I presume that's where the stagway is. Now we have another big chunk of the city of Tears mapped out, which will connect up with where we've been soon. And I presume the spire is right there in the middle. Between where we have been and where we haven't been. Really have too much of a reason to call him over right this moment. We're gonna do it anyway, so he's there when we're ready for him. Though, we are making some good headway, so I may wrap up soonish. I am definitely getting tired. Oh, we got a broken bench. Oh, this would have been a stagway, but it got busted up, it looks like. So that's a shame. Oh, nothing there. Just, it's broken. There may have been some value in jumping in the water there, but I doubt it. Okay, so you're just a larger version of those leaf guys, basically, in how you fight. So he knows to aim up occasionally. Man, you've got a health bar on you, though. There we go. You can tell where I started to get tired of fighting him, because I started making mistakes. Just like, okay, he's gonna die before I do. Let's just finish this. Another one? I'm not dealing with you. You are officially not worth my time. This will connect us up to where we have been before. Because this is the door we couldn't pass that I had stabbed that guy with the funny hair through before, the one's running away right now. Oh, goodbye. How close is the nearest bench? Not very. I have no reason to backtrack over there. Though looking at this, my theory that the spire was here in between may not be correct. Actually, no, it's right here, which is why there's the elevators on either side. So yeah, the spire is here. Oh. I don't know if I want to deal with any of the dreamers right now. So I'm having that weird mixed memory thing. Oh, okay, this doesn't actually go any higher up. Neither does this one. So we can't actually ascend through this place right now anyway. Even though that clearly goes higher. It, I suppose, does not directly go higher. What a mess this place is. Ooh. Spikes, too. I see that other geopile up there. I'm not interested in turning around for that right now. Holy hell, this place is a nightmare. Oh, god damn it. I lost track of where I was. Because I assumed it had placed me on the last platform I had been on, not up here. Okay, yeah, we can't get across that. Because the only way to get through there would be to launch using the super dash from one side or the other across. And we can't reach either side particularly well. Because that's tight enough in that I'm pretty sure if you try to pogo, you're just gonna hit your head on the ceiling. Aha! This with the dream nail? This does probably mean I'm gonna have to run back through this whole bit here, though. Chasing after the essences. I thought this was a little too easy. And it was, because they expect you to chase the essences through here, and that's where the difficulty in here comes from. Oh, ew. Okay, that wasn't as bad as it looked. I assumed that was out of regular dash range, and that was going to be a whole issue. Okay, don't know what went wrong there. There we go. So we'll take my money while I'm here, you know? Oh, grab that. I didn't see that spike sticking out there. We might still die. Because if I take too many more hits from the spikes, we're in trouble. Thankfully, there's this clown here to give me health. God damn it. I so disagree with some of these skinny platforms in the way they just deny you grabbing them. Okay, I think that's all of them. Yep, there we go. Of course, now I need to go back again. There we go. Return trip wasn't that bad, at least. This seemed less than ideal. Oh, god damn it. Especially when I just slip off the edge of a ledge. If anybody thought that guy was gonna kill me, good news, I did too. Rude. Get back down here, coward. You're lucky you can fly. Unfortunately for you, you're stupid. Don't properly utilize your advantage. Okay. Interesting that we got these beginning enemies back again. Intermixed with these guys, but it makes sense because they presumably were regular citizens, so they would be just kind of scattered about. Going about their day when whatever it is happened. Oh, that's just open. I expected to have to slam through that. Off the map again. Mechanism with a slot for some kind of pass. Insert tram pass? Yeah. I'm gonna assume this has a bench on it. Still. There we go. Now, something I'm curious about. If I press the button and go back this way, is this in line with where we were before? Because it shouldn't be. Because height-wise, that wouldn't work. Where am I? Oh, we're in Deep Nest. Huh. Oh, we're back here. Okay. So this is another way you could have used the tram pass to end up where we were then. Okay. And the button over here stopped glowing, so we're at the end of the line that way. Yeet. Let's see where all the tram path leads then. Back where we just were. Now if we push the button one more time... Which actually, we probably should just ride the tram to the end of the line and then check as we go step by step. Where are we now? More of those decorations in the background. It's very quiet here. Huh, so there's more of those bugs. Oh, goddamn you. He doesn't seem right. The way he's bobbing around, something seems wrong. Nope, don't like it. No, sir, I don't like it here. I'm not a fan. Nope, that's not a door. Money. More acid. Interesting. Ordered from Green Path, perhaps. Or perhaps Green Path got it from here. Wherever the hell we are. We don't have a map of this. I wanted to make sure we weren't just like in a deep hidden part of somewhere we had already been. Though it wouldn't make sense for us to have gone so far to the right on the tram and somehow end up somewhere we were. No? Cornifer is nearby. Kingdom's Edge. Okay. I've never seen this place before. This is new territory. Ah, you're in here. Isn't this a cozy hole? I've been venturing about that wilderness beside here and thought a moment's break was well called for. The landscape's all rather serene this side of the city, though the inhabitants are as ferocious as ever. Yes, I would like the map of the area. Okay, so there's a bench all the way down there, and everything else leads back to the City of Tears. Interesting. Now that we got the map, though, I'm gonna get back on the tram and go back, I think. 'Cause I don't know if I'm supposed to be here yet. Not that I particularly care about supposed to be here or not supposed to be here. I just want to get the maps of all of these locales so we know what we're dealing with. Because it'll make my life easier when we come back to this. Just in a week, if I have the maps. Trying to help future me out for a change. emptied out the juice. Making sure... No, I can jump down there. Doesn't accomplish anything, but I can jump down there. Want to make sure there wasn't anything else, like, in this immediate vicinity. Back we go. I believe this tram stop back this way is the only other stop there was. This is where we had gotten on the tram in the first place. Maybe not. No, this is, because there's the glowing hole. Giant bookshelves up against all of these tramways is a little concerning. Oh, a miniature version of that bastard. You know what? I'm very happy to kill you. Seem like you can spit. I can just hang out up here. Nope, you can spit. You just don't do it often. Okay, understood. Rather polite of you not to spit often. It is so quiet here. I do not like this place. Like, I thought I didn't like the other place. I think I like this one less. I like the situation I found myself in even less. Yep, I knew I was dying there. There wasn't much I could do about that. I came into that fight with too little health. I also completely missed that the ads were running. That's on me. Let me go get my body back. I also, since I'm gonna be ending soon, don't really want to be pausing for the ads too much anymore. Okay, killed one. It was risky as hell to do that kill, but it worked. Got him. Okay. I was worried he was gonna spit at just the right time to kill me. Now that door's out of the way, and we can get pale ore. Neat. I hit it, but it exploded before I hit it. I hate this place. Having a real hard time finding the map, too. But I suspect the map will be in that lit up place, not down here. But by the time I thought to retreat, it was too late to retreat. Bitch. Okay. That would have been a shortcut if I had broken that down. But I needed to have actually realized to go that way. I have to fight both of you again? No. So we could turn around and leave right now. I have my body back. Now I'm wondering what they're guarding down. I knew the explodey things were around because you could hear their squeaking. No, actually, I can't leave because I can't climb back out of here. I would have needed to have climbed off of one of the ones I was fighting there in order to do that. So I'm committed here. Unless I, like, save and exit, and I don't want to do that. That's such a dick move that you're doing right there. Piece of shit. You know, fine. You wanna hang out in there? That's fine. Gonna get rid of your explodey friend, and I'm gonna walk away. Okay, so there was nothing else down here. The exit I found was just that. It was just an exit from that hellhole. Very good. Well, that means we've done what we needed to do there, at least. So I never need to go down that hole again. Meanwhile, down this hole... Ancient Basin. Oh, they are killable. Okay. I expected, because of the armoring that they had, that they would have been indestructible. Or at the very least, like, only magic destructible or something. Wait, hear you. There you are. Old caverns, these ones. Can't you just feel the weight of the kingdom above? The heavy thing, all right. I reckon not many to reach these depths. We're pioneers, you and I, at least in recent history. Yep, map, please. Thank you. Long trek back to the shop from here. I'll be resting my legs a little longer. Not too long, though. It won't do to have Zelda worrying after me. I mean, I feel like you probably already have her worried with how long you've been gone. If she's going to worry at all. By the same token, I think she's used to him being gone for a while. And mostly just bored out of her mind in the shop. But having collected the map of all of these locales, I do think that'll be a good place to end for the day. Admittedly, only having gone 5 hours, but 5 hours of pretty good solid progress, I would say. Considering we didn't get stuck very much. We have a look at who's on and who's doing what, and we'll figure out what we're doing from there. Okay. Let's see. I still find it funny that we died more to those things in the tunnels than we did to any bosses today. Actually, any bosses at all. I think we did pass the amount of deaths I had to that thing at the beginning as well, which is wild to think about. But it's true. Solid amount of people on, as usual, so it's going to take me a minute to decide between these what I'm doing here. Let's see, today's Tuesday, so our next stream will be the peak stream that I was talking about with a bunch of the gremlins. Then it'll be the archipelago with a bunch of Dragon Council people teaching them how to archipelago. Saturday is either going to be another one of the Donathon incentives, or it'll be Archipelago Part 2. Really depends on how Friday goes, like I mentioned before. Then next week, we, of course, continue Final Fantasy on Monday, this on Tuesday, question mark for Thursday and Friday, because it depends on whether I can immediately start the next Archipelago or not. Because it'll depend on availability of people, speed at which they can get their stuff set up and everything. It should be pretty fast and easy to get everybody set up for another archipelago, because I now have a generic instruction set I can use, which I really should have written up before even posting about that and getting people involved, but things you don't think of sometimes. You know? We've all been there. Let me have a look at where a couple of these are and we'll figure out where we're going. See at least one that might be good to go to. Except I'm getting hit with ads, because of fucking course I am. Okay, yeah, they've only just started. So that could be a good choice. I'm gonna ride this ad out right quick in the hopes that that'll give me information on where they're at. And then we may go here, we may not. Depends on what I'm looking at when we get here. Okay, yeah, that'll be interesting to go to. And we get to see another relatively new face. I assume I have not really interacted with too much yet, but they have been very nice. Check a thing. Okay, yeah. That's all good to go. And it is their birthday week, so why not share some love to somebody who has been recently celebrating their birthday, right? Right. So, thank you all so much for taking the time to be here. We will, like I said, be back on Thursday. It'll be later on for that peak stream. That'll be at the usual, like, 5-ish EST. It depends on exactly when everybody wants to start for that one. I have not gotten down to a 100% firm time somewhere in that range. I gave an open range there. But yeah, that's the next one to watch out for. Friday will also be later on. I keep forgetting to mention that, but we'll mention that now. But yeah, be good to Scarlet. She's good people, and I'll see y'all next time. Good night, everybody.